disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and little abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we kill Jowia. He killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Jowia, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Tuesday. This will be Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. Obviously, we announced yesterday that we will have a guest today, a representative or congressman or parliamentarian or member of Liberian legislature, either way you want to call it, they all serve the same purpose. He had promised that he will be here to debunk the notion that he signed the petition to remove Mr. Honorable Seleke Kromah from the House of Representatives. If it is true that he didn't sign the resolution, petition, whatever it is you call it, if it's resolution, mean it is resolute, that means it is final. But what happens if the signatures that are on the resolution turns out to be fraudulent? What happens in the house of law? Men and women who make law break the law in the chamber. Forgery is a crime, it's a serious crime. What does the Constitution say about lawmakers forging or committing forgery, perjury, fraud? If the Speaker of the House allows someone to sign somebody else's name, that's fraudulent. That is a felony. And even more so that it is on a legal document. A legal document from the House of Representatives to condemn one of their own, boot him out. Several representatives say that their names were forged. In fact, the representative from Bond County said she was not even in the country. She said she was not even at the hearing or the sitting. I'm also seeing something on our feed, the closing argument, where Mama Briggs has flipped, if it is true. Between yesterday and today, within 24 hours, we can say she flipped yesterday and she flopped today. A few years ago, we had the corruption King Kong from Bonnie. Is Mama Briggs the Queen Kong of flip-flopping? The Queen Kong of flip-flop. If it is true, the lawmaker from our great county of Bonnie will be here, all things considered. He will be here to throw some light on the Seleke Kromah saga. Did he sign? Did he not sign? And if he did not sign, who signed for him? And what should be the ramification of those who were peddling this legal document signed by 49 of his colleagues that he has been expelled? What should then become of the House of Representatives? Honor Speaker Cohn. Do we have a precedent where, or any historical text or law or ruling by the Supreme Court or any court, or can we find anything within the history of the House where fixed signatures have passed a bill? Should we go back and revisit the concession agreements? If this is a regular occurrence in the House of Representatives, where names and signature appear on legal documents without the knowledge and consent of the bearers of those names and signatures. We have a new section here called What's on Your Mind? Let us know what's on your mind in our comment section. As usual, I will be here for the next 2-3 hours to entertain, to give you information, to push back on some issues, to fact check our guests. At times, it may be that you find it uncomfortable that we are putting your guests or our guests in a hot spot. As much as we want to be courteous, we expect our guests to give us the courtesy of being honest and factual. If you are on here, it will behoove you to give us numbers that are verifiable, because we're going to check you. It is also reasonable that when you are on here, you be as fair as you can. Everybody has a smartphone where they are on YouTube, they are on Facebook, they are on Google. Almost every information that you provide on here, we can access it live, instantaneously. So this is not a platform where you come to bull jive, to bob and weave, and think you can talk your way out of here. Let me look in the comment section and recognize Flex Electronics. It says justice for Justin. Prophet Key, free Prophet Key. The position the Supreme Court took was wrong. Free Prophet Key. There's a group out there, several people out there who are advocating for the freedom of Prophet Key. He also says you want to have political clout, you better amass some legal wealth. Hilton Willett, J-Do, I'm watching you from Greenville City, Sino County. Thank you very much for tuning in, Hilton. Hopefully when I'm in Liberia, I can come to Greenville and you can take me to Kentucky. I always like the name of that city, and I would love to go and see Kentucky, in Maryland County, Kentucky. Joseph Walikenda, that's my homeboy there. One day I'm going to learn how to pronounce that name very well. Walikende. If that's name from Lofa or Basa or Nima, let me know how do you pronounce that name correctly so we don't offend anybody. It's Walikende. I think I got that right. Thank you very much for tuning in, Joe. He's watching somewhere from the East Coast. Asata O. Dawson, I'm watching from Maryland County, yes, from the DMV. Thank you very much. Emmett Harmer, I'm following live this evening from Kansas City, yes. You, Jerome, you got to tell us where you follow us from so we can send a shout out to you guys. But tell us what is on your mind, what's happening in your neck of the woods. What is it that you are hearing that you want us to touch on? If it's on your mind, we will discuss. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Greenville or in my hometown of Grand Bassa, whatever happens there. If it concerns the people, if it affects the people, we will discuss it. I'm Jerome Gayman. You know, my homeboys and girls from Grand Bassa County will be tuning in or are tuning in. I will say this again. Shame on the representatives from District 2, Grand Bassa County. His name is Clarence Banks. I would say if I were giving out the Losers Award to any congressperson or representative, it would be Clarence Banks. Clarence Banks did not represent the Bassa people well. When he met the press, he was uninformed, shook up. Clarence Banks looks like he was out of his element. As co-chair of judiciary on the committee, he said if he has seen the communication from the Supreme Court, he would not have voted the way he did. Even though he is the co-chair on the Judiciary Committee, one of the most important committees in the House, because it has everything to do with law and order. Before you sentence someone to death, before you take someone's livelihood, or just a common person, it became before you, and it has something to do with law and order. Someone that sits in judgment of everybody else, you think we do a little research. Clarence Banks, representative from Grand Bassa County, District Number 2, totally out of his element, had no clue what was going on. He said before his meeting, he didn't see anything from the Supreme Court, even though it was registered and time stamped. In the records of the House. Representative Banks, you bear the greatest responsibility for this debacle. There is another numbskull, totally uneducated. In fact, this is why they used to call this group the LEG, the least educated group. I'm going to district number 1 in Grand Bassa County. There's a guy named Bonnie. He always wear those dark shades. Never seen his face before. Never seen his eyes. He wear those dark Ray-Bans. He wears those dark Ray-Bans. Never heard him proffer any bill. Never read anything in writing from him. He has never made any legislative report in his district that we have seen. He has never met the press. But yet, he voted to expel Seleke Kromah. At least I have to give a pass to Arthur Flomo. Honorable Flomo is district number 3, Grand Bassa County representative. When I met with him, he was very honest and upfront. He said, Mr. Gayman, my rise to power came through the Unity Party. They did everything for me to be where I am. So anything they want me to do, I will do. That's a man that I have a lot of respect for. Honorable Flomo said, I am not here at my own will and pleasure or my own volition. I'm here because the Unity Party sponsored me, pushed me, financed me, campaigned for me, pushed me across the finish line. I owe them gratitude. That's what Honorable Flomo told me. And I have a lot of respect for him. He was honest and to the point. When the yellow machine came into Liberia, Mr. Flomo dressed in a loud yellow suit, and he stood up on one of the machines, and he blended in with them. In social thinking and social thought, those are the folks we call the true believers. They are so loyal that they are blinded by even facts. But at least Honorable Flomo told me in advance that he is not an independent man. He is going to be loyal and tote the president's line. Whatever the president said, he said, and whatever the Senate Pro Tem said, that's what I'm going to do. So Arthur Flomo told me, his loyalty lies first with the Unity Party. Then the people he represents. So if you went to Bassa and you needed someone who is totally loyal to a cause, you need to have Flomo on your side. Because when he says, I am with you, whether you are wrong or not, he will still support you. He does not have the independence to say, Chief, this one, the other TA, they want to bow, we can't go here. He doesn't care. If the Unity Party is bringing in yellow machine and they say we want everybody to dress like the yellow machine, Flomo will be the number one person and first in line. And he did that. So if all things being equal, our guest will be here to talk to us about the inner wranglings of the House of Representatives, how his name got on that list, how his signature was transferred to that list without his consent and presence. As we await our guest and our other panelists, we have to go through what we call here the disclaimer. Our audience, you, our followers, you are educated, you are smart. You know it very well that we are all individual folks here and we think differently, we speak differently, we come from different tribes, different counties, different states, different upbringings. So obviously our thoughts, processes will not be in sync. So the TCA will promote a respectful debate on issues related to Liberia or even issues that are global. Our desire is to have a healthy discussion void of toxicity. We may differ on ideologies, but we are not enemies and expect our viewers to ascribe to such views and values. The views expressed by our guests are independent opinions and does not necessarily reflect the platform's view. All insults will be removed. That's why we are here from different backgrounds. We come in all sizes and all shapes. We got UP, we got CMC, we got no C, we got all C. We all here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I'm the luckiest man. Everywhere I go, I'm surrounded by women, by beautiful ladies. Who am I to complain? I get upset when I see other men on the show. You came to steal my shine. I see Mr. Kopo over here. I see the representatives in the house. You came to steal my shine. I got two beautiful ladies. Then you come of all days. Let me welcome our panelists and our guests. Ms. Toh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you so much.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. We all are busy. I watch you every now and then. It has been a while. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Let me go to our queen here, Ms. Fanta Kamara. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. How are you?
I'm doing very
well. How's everyone doing?
I thought I was going to have two beautiful ladies by myself, then two guys came to compete with me, but it's all right. Let me welcome Mr. Cooper. Cooper, welcome to the show. You are muted. We can't hear you. Maybe you need to go out and come back in. While he's fixing his audio, let me go to our representative. Let me go to Reverend Solomon Myean. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thank you to our sister who's joining you. It's a pleasure to be on your show. We pray for the best, and we pray that your show continue to inspire people to stand for democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It has been a while. Obviously, my first time meeting you, or first time on our show. So usually, it's your first time here, right?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Okay, so let me give you let me congratulate you and welcome you. You see, a pure. I can't claim my hands
Thank you.
clean to you, Reverend.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well. Obviously, you know the layout here. We are going to be discussing issues in Liberia, politics, religion, you name it. We discuss them here. The hardest topic in Liberia now is the impeachment. Well, I won't even call it impeachment, but we talk about the removal of Honorable Seleke Kromah. A few weeks ago, we were talking about the imprisonment of Prophet King. Today, we are talking about the removal of Representative Seleke Kromah. We are seeing a resolution signed by 49 representatives. And several of those representatives are coming out and saying, nope, my name appeared on the list without my consent. Some are saying I wasn't even in the House, I wasn't even in plenary. How is that possible? So then the question is, if these men and women or man and woman names are on the list,
Mr. Gayman, you can let him in now. He said his thing is safe.
okay, we'll let him in. So, if this is what's happening, do we have a fraud committed right in the House? And if so, what is the remedy? What's the consequence of being fraudulent in the House of Law? Who are those responsible? And what happened to the resolution itself? Does it stand? Is it revoked? We are going to be discussing these issues as our different panelists come. We will discuss. We are expecting a guest, the representative from Bomi, who says his name was forged. He will be here to clarify. While they bring in Mr. Cooper, I've just sent a signal they will bring him in. Let me start with a pilot. Talk to us. What is your take on what's going on in Liberia, particularly in the House of Representatives?
Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Gayman.
Well, before we any further, introduce yourself for those who have never met you before. I'm talking like you are, like it's just me and you, but it goes beyond you and me.
Right.
Who is this beautiful woman?
Right. So hello again. Thank you for having us on your platform, Mr. Gayman. I know Sarah is not here, but she will be listening.
She will soon pop up. So you call her, she will pop up. Don't worry.
So thank you for having us. This is Reverend Myean. First of all, we are here mainly so for the convention that is coming up in June in Philadelphia. So that's mainly why we are here also. But I mean, it won't hurt for us to contribute to any question you may have. But I will let Reverend Myean introduce himself. I am the operations and logistics for the convention that is coming up, a TBC convention. And our convention will be held in Philadelphia, June 24th through 28th. So I am the chairperson, the chair lady for operations and logistics. Let me have our officer in charge introduce himself. Reverend Myean, you can do that now, please.
Yeah, let's put our phones on mute, please. And Reverend Myean, I think somebody's here saying free the prophet. You are Reverend, you know, you are very close to the prophet. So we'll talk about the prophet soon. Go ahead, sir. Introduce yourself and which organization you belong to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. And like my sister probably have said, I'm the officer in charge of the CDC USA, and I'm also the chairman for the National Convention Committee that is being scheduled to take place in June of this year in Philadelphia. And our purpose on this show is to talk more about the convention. It does not negate the fact that we can speak aside of other national issues if those questions are posed to us. But yeah, again, I'm Reverend Solomon Myean, the officer in charge of the CDC USA.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, CDC USA, everywhere you are a citizen, you need to turn in and let us know what is on your mind. So far, we're going to be discussing the CDC upcoming convention in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love.
Yeah.
So all roads lead to Philly. Talk to us is what this convention is all about. What is it you wish to accomplish? What's the theme? Who are the keynote speakers? What are we going to get for coming? You got some fufu there for us Bassa folks?
So thank you so much for the question. This committee was set up in December, the 28th of December, with the charge to plan and host a convention for CDC membership throughout the United States, including Canada. And the convention wants to have election for the national office of CDC, but more to that, the convention has a theme that we want to work around. Is renewal for result, one CDC, one vision, and one future. And because of the nature of the theme of the convention, we have mobilized speakers from within ourselves in the United States and folks from Liberia. We will be having some lawmakers from Liberia who will be coming to attend the convention, who will be speaking on other legislative issues. And we have speakers who will be speaking on the party renewal in the United States here. Those speakers include, and not limited to, Councilor Gamondre Clinton, Honorable Wilhelmina Tar City, Odemina City Tar, excuse me, Civica Basiga, Honorable Civica Basiga. You have Samuel Jacobs, you have Olin Cooper, who will be joining us later, and Mama C. Kabar from Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
And you have Honorable Safoko from Liberia, Honorable Abu Kamara, Honorable Eugene Colley, and Honorable Bendu Masar, who will be joining the panel later in Philadelphia. More to having a renewal, we also have a day for diaspora engagement, which will be on the 26th, excuse me. On this 26th, we will be extending our invitation to other stakeholders, community-based organization leaders, other opposition political parties in the United States, in Liberia, who are resident in the United States. And we have invited other folks from Liberia who will join this panel of reflection on how we can improve democracy in our country from our perspective as diaspora Liberians, and how we can work together. But the key focus of the convention is the day after the 26th, which is the 27th. We are having election for the national officers of CDC USA, and we have sent out the information, and the folks throughout the United States are mobilizing for this great election. On the night of that 26th, after election, we'll be honoring His Excellency Dr. George Manawiya for his commitment to peace and his democratic leadership. You know, what happens is the fact that America celebrates 250 years of our democracy, and Philadelphia, the birthplace of American democracy, is the place we are coming to honor this son of Liberia who has demonstrated the high degree of democratic values in Africa, in Liberia. Imagine a sitting president who went to election with an opposition and by a slim margin lost the election, but he was able to concede. It tells you that, the democracy that was given birth to in Philadelphia 250 years ago, it can still resound itself, give itself a rejuvenating power in Africa. And this act of ours will be honored for his services. And on that night, we'll be having lots of United States representatives who we invited to the occasion. We'll be having the governor of Pennsylvania, who will be our keynote speaker. The mayor of Philadelphia, and the rest of it. So the night is not just a night, but it's a night of connection, networking, and to ensure that this great party that started as a grassroots party remain focused, rejuvenate itself, and prepare for the 2029. But this is where it starts, and this is where we will have our momentum being built. So my sister Paulette, who is the operation and logistics, chairperson, and my brother Olin Cooper. Olin is the chairman for communication and mobilization. So I brought them with me on the show so that they can expand more about what we are doing in Philadelphia coming June. It's the 24th to the 28th of June. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Let me welcome Mr. Victor Nagbe. Victor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to be with you all. Fanta, what's up? And Miss Toe, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Moyes. Nice to have you guys on set.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning in to a great show. We have the CDC USA in the house. They are here to promote peace. Obviously, if they are looking for peace, there's gonna be some fire somewhere. We're discussing fire. They're sitting on a hot seat. Fanta, CDC is in the house. It looks like everybody here has some connection to CDC, directly, indirectly. Either it's in your, like Victor Nagbe, it is in his sinew. That means in his bloodline, through the fact that he's, like I am, a protege of the late Bacchus Matthews, who in turn endorsed the CDC before his death. So to some degree, what concerns CDC concerns the whole country. So Fanta, here are your guests. CDC is having, according to the gentleman in charge, a rebirth in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, comes June. Your guests, any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much again, Mr. Gayman. And we really appreciate all of you being here, Reverend Solomon, Mrs. Weirto, and Mr. Cooper. The CDC has, started off as this grassroots, really energetic movement. And we saw once they came to power, of course, the entire country was elated, expecting so much to happen with that administration. I think a lot of people felt let down when they didn't quite see what they were, or anticipate what they expected out of the CDC. Because as Mr. Gayman just mentioned, my family is a diehard CDC bunch, citizens that hold membership, not just membership, but actually leadership in the party. And so a lot of work went into really electing that first administration, but a lot of people felt let down. So what are you guys going to be doing differently with this rebirth? And I'm glad that you picked that term because it's very intentional. So what exactly are you going to be doing with this rebirth to reinstill hope into the people who felt very despondent.
Let me start with Mr. Cooper because he just came on. So we'll send him on a hot seat first.
So the CDC as a grassroots party has shown the Liberian people, its worth. And take it or leave it, there has been lots and lots and lots, bountiful, numerous propaganda against the CDC. And this party has trekked on the basis of fact-telling and not traditional politics of lying, creating things that are not obviously, true, and putting it forth as propaganda. Like now people are calling on CDC, you're not running propaganda like the Unity Party did. No, the CDC is not like that. So if you take your time and go back to the trends of events that happened when CDC took over, as soon as CDC took over, development was the main agenda. It was on the minds of every citizen that President Weah, wants to develop this country, and we should move, forward with it happening right there and then. I was there. I was the camera person, the director for audiovisual in the president's office. I sat on the communication team. I saw the propaganda. We wanted to fight back. President Weah held us, said, look, you don't fight the people. You you do the right thing. You understand? And over the period of time, the propaganda kept going, and it started turning to truth in some people's ears, even up to now. Somebody can come and look out, some of us and say, and 16 billion got missing when the core report is there. You're not taking your time to go and read. You understand? International expert came and did analysis and saw what all happened and could tell you and provided a report. People will not take their time and read. Up to now, the manner in which the Unity Party is desperate to crumble the CDC apart. They are not going after this kind of thing. They are looking for something else that doesn't, work, prosecuting people for and looking for ways to find things that you can substitute. It has been very, very consistent.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
Okay. The question is, you guys are meeting in the city of brotherly love for a rebirth. You're going to rebirth this party. What is going to be different now? That you said you just enumerated some of the things that went wrong during the first term. What is it that you're going to do differently so that people can't lie on you? They can't propagandize everything you do. What is it new that you're going to do?
So as you see,
before Olin comes in, let me correct. The nomenclature is not rebirth but renewal.
Okay,
renewal.
Okay. We take it the same thing, renewal. What is this thing that we're going to renew?
So when you go to a job for the first time that you've never done, and you got booted out of that job, and you come back to the same job, you come back with renewed, vigor that you had, that you did not have before. Right when the CDC comes back, you're going to see a lot of different things, because right now the CDC is in strong reflection of all the mishap, all of the mistakes, all of the things that we learned on the job, all of the things that we did not learn, and some of the things that we decided to unlearn. So the new CDC, you're going to actually see new faces. You're going to see showing up in the CDC, and the CDC has been like that throughout. Every now and then you find out new people spread up. Right now, you see Tier 1-2 is taking the challenge up and moving on with it. And every time you see new people coming up in the CDC, now you see my face. You used to see my face before, but now you see my face on the street.
Okay.
This is store.
Okay.
So the new CDC is going to show you new things, and obviously get ready for us. You're going to see that we're going to be vigorously strong in developing Liberia. We're going to, take governance to another level. We are a very, very tolerant party, like people know, and we're going to ensure that Liberians get their money worth by putting the CDC back into power. People are very, very, disenchanted right now, and most people depending on the CDC for hope. They saw the governance, they saw the pattern that we took, of governance in the country, and with all of the propaganda, the lies, the misinformation, disinformation that was put out there, you can see that the Liberian people are seeing for themselves. That you said this about CDC, but I think CDC is better than you're doing now. And let me strike the point. The CDC has more capacity than the Unity Party. Far better capacity. It's not about bragging, it's about working for the people. Take the economy, take the time you do analysis of the economy. During CDC administration, and do the analysis of the economy right now. Take a lot,
let me go to Pala.
Yes.
When you talk about rebirth, we talk about renewal. Talk to us, what is the renew? What is it you're going to renew? And why renew? Tell us why. Because for you to renew something either be old or outdated, and you want a new one. Like your license plate, you want to go do your registration. One has expired, and then a new one is coming. What is the renewal? What is the rebirth? What is new that you bring into the table that we should look out for?
Well, I will have our OIC respond to this intention for it to be an intentional statement. But what I'm going to say is, when we talk about renew, we're talking about being inclusive. When we're talking about renew, we're talking about doing things differently that was not done before. So change. We are coming together to renew and bring those that were enchanted, that were disenchanted to come in, and for us to be able to do some roundtable talk to include everybody into this convention. Renewing is, we know that our political leader, His Excellency President George Weah, he is very, very a peacemaker. So we want to make sure that CDC USA and CDC Global as well, if I can say, we want to make sure that we remain peaceful. We want to make sure that everybody is included. And if anyone has any issue, we are here to talk about it. We want to make sure that we come together to recalibrate and to also discuss strategically things that need to be done in 2029 that we probably missed in our last administration. So out of those things, and many more, that's why we're going to be renewing renewing. But I understand your question. I will have OIC go and elaborate more on it.
Good. Excellent. Guys, let's keep it to 2 minutes so we can have everybody. I know you guys have a lot to talk about. You want to promote your event, you want to call names, and we got enough time to do that. So we leave it to 2 minutes, that's fine. I'll go to the Reverend. After you have done, then Victor will ask his question. The question here is renewal or rebirth or whatever that is. You are mayor of the club, you preach. Or we talk about Easter Sunday, or we talk about he has risen. We talk about death and burial and all of these things. We are talking about now renewal. What is it that we are renewing? You are muted. on, man. Jeez. Well, let me go to Victor. Victor, your guess.
Yeah, I already said.
Hold on 1 minute. Ms. Toe, I hope you're not from Maryland County or Sino. Where are you from? Which county?
I'm a process student. I'm from Southern.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Mr. Cooper, where you from? Tell me, which county you from?
I'm from Bone County.
You from Bone County? Okay, we got Bone County. We got Southeast. I'm from Grand Bassa, and this guy here, he's from somewhere. A long time ago, that was Grand. No, he's from Grand. You're from Grand Crew, aren't you? I'm talking about Victor.
Myself, no, I'm from Maryland. I'm from Maryland.
He's from Maryland County, obviously. Yes, we have our guests here. The country is well represented. We have Central Liberia, the Southeast. We got everybody. So go ahead.
No, but thank you very much, Jerome. And I have.
And that's why we need to be inclusive, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, we are. We're here. We got Cape Mount here. We got Grand Bassa. We got the South. We got Central. Everybody's here. Go ahead, Victor.
No, I was saying I have a couple more questions, but I'm not sure that we're getting the right, the more comprehensive answer to the question that you keep repeating. I mean, CDC was in power for 6 years. They got removed democratically. Obviously, there's something that they must have done that the people didn't like, and that's why they did not return them to power. So I think the crux of their campaign, I believe, is not to do that thing that led to them not being re-elected. And so I was really fascinated when I heard the renewal. And so I thought that should be the first thing at their fingertips. But I'm not sure if I'm getting the answer. What is it that you are going to do differently? Or what do you think it is that you did that you were not elected for, that you're looking to, to correct and therefore renew your bond with the people? So I will give them that question again, and I know you. I guess, I mean, if that is all you have on it, that's okay. But I'm really giving you an opportunity here. I think a lot of people are, also in the comment section. They're also not too satisfied with the answers that you're giving.
Mr. Gayman, please let him in. He said he's in the back.
Okay.
Yes.
So just as Mr. Chairman Myean is coming back on, and let me talk a little bit about the renewal. When you are renewing, you are looking back at where you have mishap, and I think I answered that. Where we have mishap, where we have errors, where we made mistakes. Those things are things that we ought to work on and come back as a renewed entity, as a renewed party, as a renewed governing, body of the country. And CDC as a whole, as a grassroots party, will not deviate from its nature, working in the interest of the ordinary people. You can see it now. The difference is there. Who was working in the interest of the ordinary people? They are the ones who are out. Who are not working in the interest of the ordinary people? They are the ones who are governing. You saw it. You know what it takes for you to build a house for a home for someone who has never in their entire life lived in a concrete home, with flush toilet, with things. Ordinary person, ordinary Liberian in the hinterland that never even dreamed that they would have ever moved from in the hut for a president to go there and give them a brand new home and say, this is how we intend to give back to you, for as a country. That is remarkable. And people will tend to look at it. I was there, I saw the old man in Riverside. When he got in our house, and it didn't take long, he died. He was just waiting to go to live in his house. So if you see how we work in the interest of the ordinary people by cutting down on government recurring expenses, expenditure, or to build roads, you will tend to know that, yes, these people are the people who tend to work for the ordinary people. But people did not see it like that. And we can blame them for it because, they felt that we should have fought back, and we have the capacity to do it. They thought that we should have fought back against the lies. And when we come back, that's one thing we'll take head on. We're not going to joke with it. We're not going to sit down and allow people to lie on us again, and we just fold our hands and say, no, we're governing, we're not be bothered by them. You bring it, we will take it on, onto you directly with the facts. And those are some of the things that we're going to and do when we come back. Number two, you see that some people in the CDC at the time got overwhelmed by the fact that we were governing a party, and backtracked from the main focus of taking care of the ordinary people. We've learned from that. We learn from those things. We learn.
Okay. Thank you. Let me leave it right there. Do you have a flyer that you brought that we need to put up? If you did you submit it to us?
Yes, it's in your chat room. I sent them to Sarah, and Sarah put them in your chat room.
Okay, Myean, please put up one of the flyers. Reverend, before you go into it, please let us know where this event is going to be held, the contact numbers, and the fees, and what is it that we need to do when we're coming to this particular event.
So thank you again. In Philadelphia, the United States, from the 24th of June to the 28th of June, and we have identified venue. So on the 24th, the night of the 24th, we have a meet and greet. And this meet and greet, hosted by the Philadelphia chapter, will be held at a place called the JSM Cuisine on Baltimore Avenue, and is owned by one of our Liberian sisters. We are promoting our Liberian sister businesses in Philadelphia. Then on the next day, from the 25th to the 27th, all of our activities will be held at the country club, the Springfield Country Club in Springfield, Pennsylvania. Is where we'll be having our sections, our panel discussion, our meetings, our Diaspora engagement forum, our elections, and our dinner ball. So it will be all held at the Springfield Country Club in Springfield, Pennsylvania, which is part of the greater Philadelphia area. Then on Sunday, which is the 28th, we have a cookout, and this cookout will be interspiced with a soccer match between the Pennsylvania Old Timer Sport Association, and this will be held at the John Bartram Sport Field in Philadelphia, MU Philadelphia. So all those places are there. So the 25th is the opening convention at the Springfield Country Club. The next day is the Diaspora Engagement Forum. Then on Saturday is the election of national officers, which the 27th. Then that night is the grand ball at the same the Springfield Country Club. Then the Sunday we have a service at the Faith Emmanuel Lutheran Church. We're trying to organize from the service in the evening hours. We have a big cookout where all Liberians will be invited. Now, delegates have commitment to the convention. So as a delegate, you're coming with a fee of $100. Then chapters, every chapter we got close to about 22 chapters throughout the United States. We are building more to go across all of the United States. But the chapter we are rebuilding before the convention. If they meet the full requirement of chapters, we are expecting that each delegate will bring the minimum of 10. Each chapter will bring a minimum of 10 delegates, and each delegate fee is $100. The chapter's contribution towards the convention is $500. Now, on the night of the ball, so if you are not a delegate and you want to come to the ball, the tickets are being sold for $100 at least. And those who we call the VIP, who want to sit with the president, who got special area, we call it sit with the president, where you can have a tete-a-tete with the president and rest of it. So in the board, we have that particular place there for VIP. Like you, Mr. Gayman, the fee is just $500. You sit with the president. We'll be having gifts for you as a VIP for that particular fee you paid. Now, for the delegates, the fee of $100 you are paying, it gives you free entrance to the ball and free entrance to the game on Sunday. Besides that, we gave you t-shirts, free t-shirt as a souvenir t-shirt for the convention and caps. If you're not delegates, the cost of the t-shirt and cap is just $50. A very beautiful t-shirt. I carry the convention. It's a convention so that you will never want to forget. So these are the things that we are doing to ensure that leaving the convention, we are expecting close to about 300 persons, 200, delegates, and at least 100 guests who will come as observers and be a part of the dinner night. So we are having folks from Liberia who will be coming, close to about 25 of them. We are hoping that everything will be clear with them, that they will come and join this process, because it is not an easy thing. Now, coming to the issue of renewal, you know that for 12 years we're in position. We have this government fit at the fire to do the right thing. Now we're given power. We came with the mantras of change for hope, or hope for change. And after 6 years of our being in power, people didn't see our challenges in terms of the COVID, the economic strain. When we came to power, you had the whole United Nations, about 17,000 troops that withdrew from Liberia, and bringing a serious blow to our economy. Right upon that, you had the COVID. Also was a global economic constraint that also impacted our country. We just came to power with all these things coming on. Then there's big lie of under now $16 billion that the government stole. People coming out from the United Party into the diaspora, running campaign against the government to put sanctions on us, that we're inept to rule, and they ran through the corridors of Congress and all in the national community to make things hard for us. They didn't see people in Liberia as Liberians who deserve better leadership, but they saw that the leadership would fail because they wanted us to fail the country. So with all the propaganda, things went the other way around, but yet instead we kept things firm until after the election, and we transitioned it to them when we lost the process. Now the renewal is to come back to rebuild the organization credibility. The fact remains, there are people who were disenchanted. There are people who believe in us. Imagine the inauguration of President Myean. The whole SKD Stadium was filled with Liberians. How can we look at them and say, look, we are sorry. We are coming back with this renewed sense of urgency to do things for you so you feel it. Those that lie to you that we were not good for governance, they are not in charge. And things are hard, then they are calling you barking dogs. But we value you. When you were sleeping under a thatch, we transform your thatch house into a modern house and put you on a mattress. We value you. But they make you not to see those things. All they were doing was to inflict pain, propaganda in the West, in the corridor of great countries, so that they will put our people on sanctions so that our hands will be tied. Now we give them a chance to rule now. They are calling you barking doors. They are beating students when students go to protest. The police is carrying on police brutality against our people. This thing never happened. When you came to protest, the police even gave you water during our time. The police even gave you food. This is democracy that was brought to you, but you didn't see it. You are carried away by the lies. That's why my president wrote, sang this song, Mr. Liar Man. The things you say I didn't do. But people are coming to their senses and seeing it over. But then, imagine the prophet Q who was in jail today. He was the man who backed your road onto get to power when you were insulting us from left and right. Yeah. Imagine our brother Nyeke Koluba. They were all insulting us, making sure that we fail. But because we had that democratic value in us to get people the right to speak, whether you like it or not, let them have the freedom to speak. We didn't bother them. Now you say you came to rescue. You came to rescue, then you put the same people who were beating us, because now they're beating you, putting them in jail. It means that something is wrong with the whole rescue mission. So we are trying to rebuild the organization credibility. That change of hope, that hope for change we told you about, we want to bring it to you so that you will value it more. We want to ensure that there's a shifting from our activity to measurable outcome. If we say we're doing this, we'll ensure that it's measured from this and this time. These are the things we want to do, and we'll ensure that we do them, but not. The CDC USA is an extension of the CDC, global. Our main reason of being organized is to ensure that we can help raise funds to carry on operations in Liberia for our people, for our party, to help lobby with international community, to ensure that the things are done in Liberia correctly. So, in time past, those things were lacking because we're enjoying the street of the ruling establishment then. So we are coming back to say, no, this is our position. We need to be in the House of Congress to tell the issue of our people. We need to raise funds to help our partner carry on activities. We need to get involved and speak and advocate for our people. So we are bringing back this process of shifting from activities to measurable outcome for our people to have this impact. We are also addressing what you call internal fragmentation. Those who were disenchanted, who left the party, we are trying to see how we can address those concerns to bring them back on board, because this party is a grassroots party for us all. Yeah. We don't want to leave anybody in this process. So we want to address internal fragmentation to ensure that we have a whole. We want to reposition the diaspora as a strategic asset. This is part of the renewal. We are a strategic asset. When things happen in Liberia, the diaspora organization can mobilize the people in the diaspora and speak to international organization and community, the international community, to hold our government accountable, to ensure that when the people in Liberia say we want to do this, we can mobilize ourselves and help them to do this thing. So these are things of the renewal we are talking about. More to that, we want to prepare for the future electoral integrity and competitiveness. We want to ensure that when citizens goes on the field for election, we are there. We are mobilizing what you call monitors to help the process. We don't want to leave any screw unturned. Now we are on the issue of winner. Election is not election day. The cheating of election is not on election day. It starts from those who have been appointed. A man who was a referee before now became a coach for United Party and coming back to be a referee again. No. So Citizen USA, in fact, we have even sent a letter to Congress. The Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa. We tell them no. We can't accept a man who was a referee before, left, he resigned from being a referee, he became a coach. Now he's coming back to be a referee. Why we print that game here? No, we can't accept it. So these are all the things that we need to do.
Excellent.
Prepare ourselves.
Excellent.
So we are
Excellent. Let me hold you there. These are the things that people are willing to hear. And I'm going to go to Fanta. Obviously, CDC have been out of power for 3 years, and the CDC USA have been in a total shambles. There's a lot of pull here and there, a lot of infight. We'll let you to address that way to think about it, because go in there. I know the reason you are here is to promote the event, and we'll do that. but we also have to address the other links of the CDC USA, the disintegration, the fight. We'll come to, let me go to Fanta, you've been sitting for a while. Before you ask your question, look for that thing you're drinking out of. Is that a teacup? That's the largest teacup. That gotta be the Guinness Book of Record right there.
Yeah, I'm a tea fiend, so my cups are unusually large.
You know when we say queen, the queen, the English, they let drinking tea.
Yeah.
So when she drinking tea, she drinking the real way. Yeah, we got CDC here. Great event going on. I know it's going to be well attended. They are promoting it, but in spite of that, there have been some serious issues within the CDC, leadership, information, misinformation, miscommunication, infighting, all of these things. Your take on it, is it part of the renewal? By being renewed mean that these things have been addressed? How are they addressing it? Your question.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have a question, but I'm just gonna say this. Look, the CMC has the CDC has a tremendous amount of opportunity to let's say for a rebirth, for a renewal. The way you're going to recapture those disenfranchised dissidents or folks, as you've put it, is going to be by being completely transparent. The manner in which, and I come from a place of love, as I mentioned earlier. My part of my family are seditions. The way in which this rebirth, renewal, I think should be approached is from a very, very transparent, very, very honest point, to where you're not just aspirational, but you actually have practical, strategic, tactical solutions that you have defined in your manifesto. And I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that we have really spent some time over the last 3 years and have done some real reflections on where we steered wrong. And this is what we are doing practically to steer the ship back on course, to reinstill faith. I know you mentioned addressing the internal fragmentations. That's just been, in addition to the lack of visible, I think, development, infrastructure development, not taking away that CDC did do some development, so I'm not taking that away. But I think the opportunity that was presented to CDC, it being grassroots, it being established, I believe, formally in 2016. Please do keep me honest. But you had all this time prior to getting to the presidency, and we didn't quite see a structure. Then you had the presidency. And of course, for all the reasons that you just mentioned, COVID and what have you, can certainly derail any administration. But if proper planning, proper tactical, proper strategic planning had gone into what the vision, the actual vision of the administration, if those had been clearly defined, even if you're taken off track, it would have been maybe a little bit easier to get back on track because you had a plan that was solid and you had tested that plan. When I said tested that plan, it was removed, or you removed it from just speaking about it in the different forums, right? Having a ball, having a cookout, having an old timers league. You actually rolled up your sleeve. Not only that you toured the country, but you implemented that plan, that manifesto, before you took power. And so I think you have a really great opportunity right now to recalibrate and go beyond that, roll up your sleeves, actually draft a manifesto and implement that manifesto. Almost do a mock administration, right? Pretend that you have the leadership already. All the infrastructure plans, all the organizational plans that you intend to execute when you retake the leadership, as you're anticipating, should be implemented, should be tested out fully, not just aspiration, but in practicality. I think before the people will be able to trust you again, because now you have to show them. You're not going to go back to them and say, oh, we're going to do this right this second time. No, they're not going to believe you. So I think there has to be some level of intentionality that goes beyond just the preaching, to really get to the heart of the people so that they can reopen up and perhaps consider you for a second chance. If I have a question, like, I think it would have been around that, like, where is your manifesto? Do you have a manifesto that you can share with the public?
So thank you again.
Yeah, one minute. One minute. I have the PAPD, your manifesto, the original one. I have it here.
Oh.
So are we going to continue this? I know this is on the national level. You're here to promote your event, but you are not an organization yet because you don't have an election, and this is something that you're doing. So we don't expect you to be proficient in everything, okay? But if you have an idea, do you think you guys are going to continue with the PAPD? You're going to tweak it, you're going to rewrite it, you're going to be a new manifesto? I mean, you can't say anything because you're not elected, but do you have an idea? Can you just guess?
No, I mean, let's say it this way. Like I said earlier, they see that we are discussing the CDC USA,
right,
and not CDC Global.
But
CDC USA,
but listen now, CDC USA is an organ. It's a part of the global. So if you got 4 legs, you need all 4 legs to walk or to run. If you take off one, it won't work. So you are part of the deal.
So what we are doing, what the convention is doing, is to have the discussion amongst ourselves. Now we have speakers like Wanto. He'll be speaking on rebuilding CDC as a mass-based political structure. You get what I'm saying? And grassroots power. So they are bringing all the ideas to the table. Now you have Pisota. She'll be speaking on women political leadership and inclusive governance in CDC. Councillor Governor Clinton will be speaking from opposition to alternative government, policy readiness and power. Now, how do we structure ourselves within the period of opposition or being out of government? How do we structure ourselves from being just opposition and serve as an alternative government? We identify those key people in our midst who have the expertise in areas to be speaking on areas. People will look at us and say, but these guys, they got people who can really fill this position. Imagine you having like Samuel Jacob. You'll be speaking on building a winning electorate. A platform. Then you have, how you call Aisha Bolo Howard. She'll be speaking on united through renewal, healing divisions, and rebuilding CDC USA as one people party. Now, these are things we bring into the table to discuss. In our discussion, we'll set the stage for the party leadership to hear us, and we'll propose to them resolution. And based upon the resolution, the party will create a manifesto for the coming 2029 election. So it means that they are incorporating those things we are discussing. So we don't want to jump the gun and say, this is what we have. But we are discussing, we have this internal reflection, there's SWOT analysis of us by having this discussion in our midst to come up with those points, and the political leader will be there. We'll be having a dialogue with him. In the end, the convention will be able to present a paper. And based upon the paper, CDC Global now, which is Morovia and all of us, will come together to carve our manifesto for 2029. Our goal is to be one CDC, one vision, and one future. So you see, we can't say we want to, this is it, because we are just an extension of the global. But we are trying to have this process to re-energize the CDC. And look, you don't know, all across the United States, people are being re-energized. The convention, Gayman, please come. It's going to be filled with people.
You say you got a seat for me, so I'm going to come. Okay, let me go to Pilot. here we are. Is anybody on the panel running for office?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let me go to Victor. Victor, we can't ask no political question because these people ain't got no fish to fry in there today. They're here to do the convention.
Right.
Put up a good show, make sure that the people are comfortable, they are well cared for, and that Philadelphia becomes the true place of brotherly love. So they're here to promote their event. They're not here for politics. They're not here for, if they want to talk policy, they will have brought policy folks. If they want to talk politics, they will have brought politicians. These are business people whose job is to host a convention, make it successful, well attended, and that's why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they so far they're doing the best. But I go back again to the question we are asking, which Fanta just highlighted again, and I appreciate what they're trying to do. But I think they're speaking more about the effect, as opposed to how they intend, to impact the plight of our people. I understand. I think they get some of the things that led to their rejection, but I was looking also to concrete programs. I'm not looking for, anecdotal, one person got a house, they were happy, they entered the house. I get that. Yeah, that's a good feeling program. But I'm talking about, impactful populist programs. What kind of thing? How do you intend to impact job creation? How do you intend to impact the economy? That's the kind of thing I was looking for. But so far I think they're pushing the message. I like to wish them all the best. I don't think they're leaving yet, but I don't think I have a question. Also, if you have any online footprints, where people can probably go to donate or sign up or anything like that, you may want to share those. I saw the flyer; it looks very beautiful too. So, but congratulations! I really don't have a comment. I'm just, as fellow opposition members, I think, we're operating in the same space. So, I just thought those are some of the things I will be looking for if I were representing the CMC anywhere. I will tell you what CMC is about, how we intend not to be the United Party, or how we intend not to get rejected again at the polls. That's the kind of thing I will be talking about. We're doing roads, we're doing bridges, we're doing looms, we're doing schools, we're sponsoring here and there, we're giving scholarships, we intend to create jobs by doing this. Those are the kind of things, and I know you still have a long ways to go, and June is still down the road, and I'm certain you'll continue to perfect your message. So congratulations to you guys. I think you spoke well today. I'm sure the next time you appear, you will sharpen your message and all of that, and I wish you all the best.
Mr. Cooper,
yeah.
I know that the question we are asking will go after this convention. You'll have an election, right? After the election is held, and you have a duly sworn in officers. Now they will come on here now and talk about. They will talk about the politics, the policy, the analysis that will be there. Your goal here is to sell your convention, make sure you raise a lot of money. Cooper, tell me, what is the goal? How much you want to raise?
So this place is a public platform, and sometimes we don't want to put all our political things, our in-house things, but we've been, we've been working on the financial details in-house, and I don't think we will want to put that out to the public for now. So we obviously want to hold that to our chest as a political institution. Those who are involved with the CDC USA already got the figures and know how much we intend to raise for the convention. And sometimes people will say transparency, but there are some things that should remain in-house and some things that you can put out there, obviously. So for our financial issues now, we just want to keep it to our chest and share with only our members that are involved with the convention. So just to mention to Mr. Nagbe, on the issue Mr. Nagbe pointed out, we're not going to sell ideas to Unity Party or give them ideas to govern the country free. When campaign open, you're going to see more of this. And for the fact that they were able to grab our PAPD and, tweak it and start, making, but they didn't know that, the way we plan the PAPD and what's implementing the PAPD is different from what they are doing. They got recurring expenditure, they have put back scratch cards, bunch of gas slip to people. Those monies were monies that we're using on road construction. Small roads in the country. But we're not going to sell ourselves or sell our ideas to Unity Party. We're giving them a chance to govern. And when we come back, when it's campaign time, you're going to hear CDC good. So for right now, we are concentrating on CDC USA. We're going to obviously, set the stage for our new leadership that is going to unite the CDC USA and make sure that we are vibrant force, that when we are going back to Liberia in 2029, we are going back with a strong force to show that CDC is a grassroots party. And we're not relenting. We're not going to invest our resources in Liberia and knowing that we're going to lose. We're going to win. We're going for the win. And
let me tell you a quick story, right? And this is just a little joke, but I tell you this. I know you're holding your strategy to your chest, and I appreciate and respect that. But let me tell you, and my brother Jerome Gayman, remember, I think it was 2008 or 2007, Giuliani, the former mayor of New York, right? His friends were running up and down, running, their campaign in the primary now. He went and sat down in Florida and decided he will wait. He will wait in Florida. You understand me? So the other guys were running all over the place, building momentum. By the time they got to Super Tuesday and got to Florida, the whole thing overwhelmed him. He got swept away. You understand me? So I appreciate that you hold everything to your chest until 2029, but you don't want to hold it too tight. You may want to start putting some nuggets.
No, obviously, we're going to come out, but when you're restructuring. When you're restructuring, you have to hold some things to your chest because you can't put it out. You got to wait for the proper people to come. And we are not the proper people to give it out there right now.
Now the Republican coming out. I brought him out.
Mr. Cooper,
yeah,
that one from the fundraiser standpoint, I disagree with you. Ms. Cho, if you ever work in a corporation in this country, you may have encountered the United Way somehow.
Yeah.
They usually come with something that looks like this. They will tell you our goal is $3 million. Then they get a little temperature, right? So we down here so far, we have raised only $5. And we depend on you. We are depending on you to help us raise it. That is the strategy. It has nothing to do with
and that is very important. If you come to me,
if you say, listen, we expect 300 folks to pay $500.
Exactly.
That's our goal.
Exactly.
You look forward to it and you go and you implement it. You do all you can. Because you say, if we get 300 folks to give us 500, that's $15,000. Now that's our goal. If we raise $11,000, that's fine. But at least the people will know where to go. And you work for any of the company, you will see the United Way will come. They will do a pitch to you. You can either do your donor card. We can deduct $20 from your every pay period. They do all that to raise the funds, right, to make sure that the community is served. So those of you who are doing fundraiser, the reason you are in the U.S. is to learn some new things and implement it in our area, so it helps. But it makes sense if you say, listen, this is our goal. They say, oh, man, that's a healthy goal. I would like to be part of it. But you can't say, I keep it to my chest. I can't tell anybody how much we want to raise.
I can tell you, if you tell me I'm raising $100, I might give you $5. But if you tell me I'm raising $1 million, I could give you $500. But if you don't tell me, you don't give me a figure.
We know, you guys want us to come out at the appropriate time. So right now we stay holding that to our chest.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper, we are not asking for CDC USA, CDC Global. We're talking about this fundraising you are having. How much is it that you want to raise? You were being said to your brother-in-law, want to know how much it said that it's going to cost you. You want to, yeah, Ms. Toh, go ahead.
Yes, so thank you again for the question. Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. I think what our communication media person was referring to, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's thinking globally. But convention-wise, if you ask me, I kind of agree with you guys, because if we want people to support us, to help us, even if we say that we want $500,000, you all may be willing, or some people may be willing to fundraise with us with $100 or $50, like you, Mr. Gayman and Nagbe is saying. So that's true, but global, we don't have their total amount, that we don't have it in our possession. But in terms of the convention that we have here, I am part of the fundraising committee. So we have done our calculations already, what it would take for us to do our convention. And I think we are talking about $100 plus. So,
Okay. So she's talking
oh,
about
did I say $100?
Yes.
No, not $100. I mean $100,000.
Okay, there you
Yes,
go.
that was the budget that we set, because I'm part of that fundraising. So that's what we look forward to now. Whether we're going to get that particular goal, go get to the goal, that I don't know, but I think we did the calculations. We worked it out with our financial committee, and I think the budget was about 100,000. So there you go, and we are fundraising now, and we are asking anybody who can help us. If you get $5, $50, you can help us to reach our goal.
Thank you very much, guy. Now we have a target. We have $100,000 to raise. So if you are a citizen, you're in the government, when you come, you better come ready. If you are a philanthropist, you come in, you better be ready. Let me welcome St. Tomalin George. Tomalin George, our guests are here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Also, I want to say thanks. Welcome to the CDC USA group. Yeah, seeing you guys, it takes me back to 2004 when we started CDC USA. We started. I was the chair in Rhode Island, the England chapter. Samuel 12 was the first chairperson, and then we started from there. But one thing I would say quickly to you guys, one of the things you guys need to do, I don't care what happens, but if you want to gain that momentum, that attraction, you must ensure that the political leader of the CDC is at this convention. I don't know when is it, but that's what we used to do. Make sure he attends almost all our convention. It's important. Take it or leave it. He's the most popular seditian. He's the arrowhead. If you invite him, you have people who come from all over the country to attend that convention. Seditians from all over the USA. That's how you can build it up. And once he attends, even the first one, going forward, you won't, even he's not present, you have the momentum going. But we made sure that he attended all our convention. Whether it was in Rhode Island, Worcester, Minnesota, he was there with us throughout, and we just made it happen. But I want to encourage you guys to keep on. I remember, so 20 some more years ago, when this CDC USA came about, it was good though. We hope you guys continue. Yeah, we know what we did. Our first challenge in the country. As always said, I don't care what people can say. We won the first election, 2005. Whatever they want to say, they can say what they want to say, up to them. But I will maintain it. But it's good, and I encourage you guys continue. But you'll try to make sure that His Excellency President Weah is at his occasion. You gotta get him.
Mr. George.
If you start that way, go ahead.
His Excellency Dr. George Myean will be at the convention.
Good.
And one of the things he said that the only thing that will hold me from not being there is when USA plane. So if USA plane, I'm not there. We say, look at the schedule of USA. USA is not playing on convention day. So besides we having the honorary night on the ball in honor of him, we'll be presenting him an honor for being, a peace ambassador and a good example of democracy. The governor of PA will be able to present to him this citation. So he's going to be there. He will be there. He has to show us. His office has to show us that he will be there. There's nothing that will stop it.
Very good. And trust me, once the flies around that, don't mind people saying like, bro, Joe is popular. I don't care what he can say. He's popular. Once he's coming in Pennsylvania. Well, you have in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is area. Once he say that he's coming here, trust me. And what you'll do is you'll get at the end of it, maybe that Saturday or something before the program, you'll play something soccer match to give more momentum to. That's what he likes, and keep yourself fit. Once you're included in that program, and he'll be here. Trust me, and he will draw a lot of people who come from all over to come, and y'all can get it ball rolling, and y'all can receive the USA. But my last question, my question I'll ask you guys quickly. I know there was some issue about problem in the Citizen USA, the financial issue with your former chair. What happened? What's the status of that investigation, or what is the status of that issue? Because during election, I know that there was issue about financial issues and people putting account. What happened? So what's the status of it? Is everything on course now? Is there peace? Everybody back on board, or what?
It was not actually financial malpractices. It was just some misunderstanding. This is where we were appointed as the officer in charge of CDC USA, and we are working with all of the groups, all of the people who had those issues, those misinformation, and we are all now on course. There was some suspension that was done, and because our brothers and sisters believe in the supremacy of the party, they submitted themselves to the Ethics and Grievance Committee. The Ethics and Grievance Committee went through their issue, and they have recommended for some, either rescinding their suspension so that they will all be a part of the National Convention. So that issue has been set up. We have worked, behind the doors, and my sister Paul and I and other folks in Liberia and the United States, we want to have the president, the political leader, come and meet everybody. We don't want to have anybody out of the process. So that issue is being resolved.
Great. You talk about you guys are going to regroup. You want to bring disenchanted, disillusioned. You want to bring everybody on board. Someone like Chief Tomalin George, who is a founding member of the CDC, he didn't even know. So how well are you guys bringing everybody back together when like Ben Sanvee, all these people who are out there who are looking forward to hearing from you? Have you invited all of these people back on board?
So one of the things we've started doing is to have state chapter meetings. Even tonight we'll be having another meeting with the Georgia and the New Jersey chapter. We're having meetings from now to the 10th of May. All of the chapters, we are even visiting some of them. So what we are doing is to have names like Tomalin George and other stakeholders of CDC. So we'll have a stakeholder section where we want to bring them into this meeting so that we can have a discussion about their role, because we don't want to leave anybody out of this convention. So while we are discussing with the chapters, we want to also discuss with folks who are stakeholders, who were the bones of CDC in the past. We want to give them the space now because of the value they brought to the party. So yes, we are setting up time to meet with all of the stakeholders and bring them in the process. So those who are quote unquote disenchanted, my able logistic and operation and co-chair, chair, and I have been involved in talking behind the scene with most of our folks who felt that they were disenchanted, but now they are grasping the spirit of this oneness and they are responding. They are promising being at the convention. So yes, there are a lot of things going on currently, and we want to assure you that the convention will be massively attended by folks from across the United States.
Excellent.
And just to add that, Mr. Gayman, we also have some seditionists that have been working very hard in the communities. So we also are including them to recognize them on the night of the ball. For those who, you know, they may not be upfront, but they work hard in the background. We have identified them and will continue to identify them to be able to give them an award and appreciate them. So all of that is also part of the inclusiveness.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our CDC USA organizing committee here doing all they can to make sure that this Humpty Dumpty that broke to pieces, they're trying to put it back together. So if you are in the city of brotherly love, what date again? The date, time, and place? Because we have to say over and over why you are here. That's why you are here to promote the event. Where will this thing be? When will it be? How can we get in touch? And then contact numbers.
Yes. So it's going to be from June 24th through June 28th. Reverend Myean already said that we're going to be going to Springfield Country Club for the activities. The ball is going to be on that Saturday, which is the 28th. And the soccer field, on the soccer field, the football, soccer, the president will be playing. He will be there. He will be represented, playing the old timers in PA, and he physically going to be there playing. And also we're going to do our meet and greet. The meet and greet is going to be at Musu Spot, they call the place. Musu Spot in Philadelphia. The meet and greet will be hosted by the PA chapter. And we are going to go to service that morning on Sunday. After that morning on Sunday, then we're going to go to the park. But the ball is going to be on Saturday. Then we'll have Liberia Diaspora engagement. That will be on Friday. The meet and greet will be on Wednesday. Again, Reverend said that the tickets are $100. So if you want your ticket, you can contact us. My number is 717-542-3545. If you want to do fundraising and help us out, you can send it to $Cash App Pilot Tool, PALLEHTOE, or you can do a Zelle to go straight to the bank, and that Zelle is toepale@gmail.com. TOEP as in Paul, ALLEH @gmail.com. That's the Zelle. That will go directly to the bank. And then the Cash App will also go directly to the bank. $Pilot Tool.
Great. We got 5 more minutes here in this segment. So we move on to politics. We appreciate you coming. Listen, it is a tough thing what you guys are doing to raise funds. The hardest thing to do is ask somebody to give you their money, and that's what you're doing. But it is for a good cause. Center of Brotherly Love is being had. I know CMC is having something there. CDC, everybody's having something in that city that attracts people. So it's a great thing. Mr. Cooper, before we let you go, what is the dress code?
So obviously we have on the opening day we're going to be seeing in our CDC regalia, and we have our t-shirts and caps that we're going to give out. for our partisans to wear on the opening day. And Reverend Myean will speak on the dress code, the official dress code of the ball.
Okay. Reverend?
So it's official dress code. If you can come in your blue suit.
Is it formal, semi-formal?
Definitely.
Which one?
It's formal.
It's formal.
Okay.
Saturday
Saturday the
night.
dress code is formal. And those of you from the southeast, you know you gotta bring your red bottom shoes because you will be dancing. Are they gonna be dancing?
Yes.
So indeed we have Liberia artists, Takun J. We have D12, we have KCW and the little boy Heaven Sent. They're coming from Liberia to be part of the occasion. It's going to be a moderno, the Babiata.
Okay, well, we got 3 more minutes here. Your party comment, Mr. Cooper, and then the Reverend going to be the last to close out on this segment.
So I will take this time to call on seditionists all over the U.S., whether you are in a state that, there is no chapter, you can still form part of this convention by reaching out to the convention committee. And obviously, we're going to host you. There are new chapters being organized, and we're going to ensure that CDC reaches the entire length and breadth of the U.S. Everywhere you find Liberians that are seditionists, and we're not going to leave any stone unturned, and we're going to make sure that all of us, as a party, participate in this convention so that we can renew and come up with a vibrant, united CDC, one party. So we will urge you to put your money where you know you love, and CDC is where you need to put your money to make it happen for the party to jumpstart other activities to make sure that we head towards 2029.
Thank you. Mrs. Toh.
Yes, thank you again for having me. Truly appreciate, the closing argument for having us here. My party comments are this. If you are enchanted, come back home. There's nothing like home. Contact us, and we will reach out to you if you need a personal conversation. That's what we have been doing behind the scene for the past 2-3 weeks. We have a process. I want to encourage you to come back home. Come to the convention and let's celebrate together. Share the word. Share the message. Tell their friends and your communities that CDC USA will be celebrating its convention in Philadelphia, June 24th through June 28th. We want everybody to be involved. The president will be there. Come and let us celebrate together. One CDC, one vision, and with one future. Thank you.
Excellent. The Reverend is all yours. Close out on this topic.
Thank you so much to you good people on this beautiful platform of closing argument. And Tomalin, I know you will be at the convention, so please, if you are not there, I will come for you to where you are and bring you there. But the truth of the matter, this convention will be the biggest convention ever by CDC in the United States. The convention is having the presence of people from Liberia, being led by the party chairman, Honorable Anthony Jangacore, and the party political leader. People are excited. I received a call from Missouri that they're trying to form a chapter. Imagine that. The folks in Alaska are talking about forming a chapter. It's not joke. People are being mobilized and the momentum is building. If you allowed June 24th to the 28th to pass and not being there, it will be a regret that you will ever had in your life for not being there. So join your party chapter in your state, or you can call us. We'll link you to who's the head for your chapter. My number is 301-383-6874. Reach out to me. I will connect you with your state chapter to be incorporated. But don't miss this convention. If you miss it, you miss one of the biggest surprise of your life. So thank you again, my dear brothers and sisters, for giving us the opportunity to be on this show. We pray that this show will increase its audience throughout the length and breadth of this space God gave us as the earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was the organizing committee of the CDC USA, trying to do the best they can to bring the CDC back on board. One family, one message, one vision, they say.
Yes.
So it is June 24th through the 28th in the city of brotherly love. Can you guys give that number again, the contact number, please? The Reverend, could you give us the contact number? And if you have a website or Facebook page or social media links handle, can you spell it out real quick?
So we have 301-383-6874. That's my contact to reach me. To reach Palace, you will give a contact. Again, we have 301-383-6874. We have a Facebook page. We have a website that has been organized by, that has been coordinated by our communication chairperson, Olin Cooper. But Paula will give you her number.
So my number is 717-542-3545. If you want to donate to us for the convention, $, my name, Paleto, P as in Paul, ALLEHTOE, Cash App. If you want to donate by Zelle, it's Topale, TOEPALLEH @gmail.com. Be free to use my number as well, 717-542-3545. We thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to the communication director, your social media handles.
So it's Congress for Democratic Change, USA National Convention 2026 page. And our website is cdc-usa.org. cdc-usa.org.
Thank you very much for coming, guys. We look forward to hearing from you. Hopefully, when the election is over, you will bring your co-officers, elected officers, to come and answer administrative questions, political questions, and all of that. Thank you very much for coming.
We'll also contact you when we're organizing the debate, so that you can cover it and carry it live too, so that we can reach more audiences, so that the people may be talking directly to seditions across the world and what they're going to do. So some of the questions you are asking us will be maybe asked to those very people who's going to lead the institution forward, and they're going to be in the right position to answer some questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We look forward to it. Tomalin, George, our guests are leaving.
Yes, let me say this. Give one little encouragement to you guys, the PR team. What you guys want to do, it's important that publicity, this month, the month of June, July, these are graduation months, a lot of stuff happening in this month. So you want to make sure your publicity is increased. Like these jingles that people can do. Like you do it, I think on most of the platform, we do it most of the time for people too. Wait before the show starts, during the show or under the show, the jingles like a slide. Somebody is there, the voice is there, talking about the convention, what will happen, who will be present and showing pictures, a slide of pictures. You'll do it so that people will be motivated, people will come, encourage people to come. So if you guys go, you can do it on any platform, any of the various platforms on the host, you're playing it every time the show about to start or during the course of the show or the end of the show, you play it too. Just for 5 minutes, a jingle, talking about the convention, who will be present, what you will be doing, and so that people will be, every time the show come on, people watch it, it's open, and they start marking the calendar, people will know about it, they won't forget about it, they will have it down, they can start paying their money to you guys, whoever, all the information you guys have, put it on that jingle, that it play every time, it's very good, and so forth, and so it'll help you guys a lot to create awareness and publicity. CDC is the main opposition party in Liberia. They have been in power before. They are well known. So you guys need to really give and increase the publicity so that you have your beat everybody record that ever held CDC USA before. You beat the record. Our record still no matter how beat our record, we raise $50,000 plus. We raise in New York. So yeah, no matter beating our record. So we still they can overpass it. Imagine about 2004. And in 2026, you can go 100,000 or triple it. I'm sure you can do it. So you guys just increase the publicity and tell me and trust me, you have the attendance will be out there. This is a household name. So
thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you. See you guys after the event. And show will be there. I won't mind grilling somebody when you're doing the how they call it, the debate. I'll have no issue grilling some of those guys who want to be president and this and that. But thank you for coming. It's an honor to have you guys here. That's the Liberia we are talking about. Everybody is involved because everything is at stake for everybody. It is not for those who are faint at heart. This is blood sport. This is gladiators here. I mean, we are not talking about anything. We're talking about serious stuff. So for you guys to take the time off to put yourself out there and willing to take the shots, I take my hat out to you. It's not too many folks that want to do this thing. It's not easy, but you have chosen to do it. That makes you a special person. So we appreciate you coming. Come back again soon.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. And I hope to see you at the convention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
God bless night.
Thank you. Same to you. Okay. When our guests leave, we'll do a little evaluation. After we've done the evaluation, then we'll go to part two of the event today, which is politics, Liberian politics, Yeke in particular. We'll be talking about these issues. We will be looking at to whom with our flip-flop. Usually we do, on Fridays, we do our Prezzo Award, but we are adding another one that we're going to be calling the flip-flop. If you read the Front Page Africa this week, or you read the Liberian Investigator or the Observer, there were several people that were in the news that were saying, I wasn't at the event, I wasn't at the house, I wasn't there to forge my signature. And then some are saying now, otherwise. So one that caught my attention, if it is true, and I have no reason to doubt it because it was carried by the closing argument. A day or two ago, Honorable Mama Briggs said she was not in the country. Her name and her signature was affixed to the resolution by means of fraud. And then today, according to the closing argument, she said she supports his removal and that she will do it again 1,000 times. So let me go to Fanta. Fanta got a woman to woman now. According to according to the closing argument, our news department carried Mama Briggs and her utterances, and I was shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I called this last week, right? When I mentioned that these people are truly fake. They're fake and gay. They're fake news. They, most of them have allegedly collected money, and now they're just trying to save face because the backlash is intense. And with the backlash being so intense, their constituents are pushing back or questioning them for the first time. They had to do everything they could to cover their backs, as we say, right? It is absolutely not surprising that we're seeing this play out. And for someone like myself who is always engaged forensically, it doesn't take much to put 2 and 2 together. And so I can say that she's not going to be the only one who's going to be eating their words. Because if you lie, because that's exactly what she did. If you lie, if she did indeed say this and said that she was not in town, and then days later to claim that, well, I was in town and I did sign it, and I don't take it back, then I mean, first of all, just thinking that that was something the public wouldn't be able to trace. We wouldn't be able to dig a little deeper to determine exactly where she was and place her accordingly. So this is the mindset of the legislative. They think they are invincible. They can do whatever they feel like, and the people are peasants. They're incapable of questioning or even investigating. And I think when they are pushed against the wall, they're either going to come out and admit, or they're going to remain habitual liars. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing now. So I'm not surprised by it. And I think they're just trying to save face. So it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, but this is nothing new.
Wow. Victor Nagbe, I think a couple of months ago, I think it was Tomalin George who would say he has had some experience with Liberian politics. You don't put your neck on the line for any politician in Liberia. I think if somebody had put their neck on the lines that this woman is a credible woman and what the newspaper said, if you just oppose that with her saying, somebody's neck would have been rolling by now.
Yeah, I mean, I am trying to make sense of what the honorable representative is what she's really trying to obtain from this. I listened to a part of her interview. I think she's now lashing out at Yeke, accusing him of being the most corrupt and acting like, acting like, he's an angel and all of that. But, I don't think this thing is about, Yeke's character. I don't know. I think it's about the utterances that Yeke is reportedly made and the way he's being handled. I think that's what this is about. So if she voted because she has a problem with Yeke's lifestyle, I think then she voted for a very different reason. But yeah, I'm having difficulties trying to make sense of what she's trying to, where she's getting at. Yeah, it was reported that she said she was not in the country, and so we thought that she was trying to push the point that her signature was forged. And then, of course, somebody mentioned on the show yesterday that it didn't matter whether she was in country or not. Whatever it is that they were giving out, she signed for her before she left and all of that. So, and I think this is what this is probably amounting to, that she may have already signed for whatever she was due before she left. So, and the poor told her, you can't make the argument because we already gave you the money. And now she's having difficulties trying to reconcile, what she did and what she said. But be that as it may, I'm sure there are a lot of other things we'll talk about. If we're talking about, what's on your mind. That a couple of things I wanted to throw out there, or are we not there yet?
No, we're not there yet. We're coming to that next. Okay. But when I turn to the closing argument, And I just couldn't fathom what I was hearing. And I'm saying to myself, this cannot be true. But let me go to Tomalin. I got to go back to over a year ago almost a year when I started here. You said nobody should put a neck on the line for any Liberian politician. I think when I saw the woman on closing argument, your word came back to me, and I'm saying, wow.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, look, you know, these Liberian politicians as a whole, but you witness even in America, it happens, right, where somebody will tell you one thing, and then when they try to build them, they try to play games, try to evade the question and flip the script, you know, and that's what happened again. Immediately when I heard that story, I reached out to Madam Menza, but she usually pick up my calls or respond to my text, but she's not. So I know that many times they don't want to come and face the camera or face the media, so they try to avoid. Even the guy who should have been on the show today, who faced a flyer for him, he told me, say, yeah, around before 5 o'clock, let's conclude everything now. Send it to him, and he been no call, no show. I reached out to him, I called him, texted him, and he's no call, no show. Perhaps he knows exactly what he's gonna get what he's gonna face. So they try to evade, and you know. And today I was speaking to Senator Delon. I was telling him, I said, look, the problem most of your guys can face is that they love to avoid the media, and take it or leave it. One of the things I admire about Trump, I always tell people, Trump loves the media. Whether it's a bad day for him, good day, he'll be the media. Even if he's not happy, like this morning, one guy interviewed him at the NBC. Everything was going fine. When the guy asked him, say, so, the ceasefire, the peace talk is being done at the terms of Iran. He got pissed off. Because the guy said because the Strait of Hormuz was open, and Iran opened it, then it went and closed it again. Some ship were trying to venture, they started firing the ship, and it closed now. So they're controlling the whole thing. He got pissed, you know. But the idea, he will face the media. He faced the media, and our people in Liberia, you all let people to assume and make an assumption, but what's happening to him? They make assumption, you can't blame them. If they feel that that's why they're hearing, they'll go to the public with it. And that's the problem. And so, but look, all these people, they're on record. And today, they did something today. And I can tell you from what I noticed now, I heard from some senators today, that bill they passed today to increase the seats to 89. I think it will die in the Senate. It won't go through. Because you already got people complaining about the one you guys got right now, giving all that money. When you're increasing it to increase the more money for people, what do you need? You guys are not meeting the people need right now. You want to increase to 89, but that's a problem. So most of the people, some of them, they're there for 6 years. 2029, they'll be out. If you notice, the turnover rate in the house is so much all the time. It always increase. People always leave. The majority of the people in the house today will leave 2029. They won't be there. They'll be out because their record, what's happening, we're seeing it. So, I mean, you vote. How can you look at the law and say you're gonna violate it? You know very well that. Forget about Yeke tantrum, all the stuff he does. But the reality is that he should have been called a due process, number one. Then after due process, let his own rule that they all agree to, and the rule hang him. But you didn't do that. You rush to him and say you're expelling the man. And all because you're supported by the presidency. You know, and then today, I hope we'll talk about it today too. The president insulted Diaspora today. Sure, jab at them.
I listen to that.
And you know, it's just like those who hanging with the president and you stick up a political ambition. It's like Trump. J.D. Vance is a West guy now. He has a bright future, but for the fact that he and Rubio are attached to Trump, the political future 2028 will be very, very daunting for them because they carry a policy, everything, they were tied into it. Same with Garguah. Garguah is old. Garguah is frail. He had his sunset. He really don't care anymore. Oman is enjoying the best of his life. And if the Oman release office tomorrow, I believe the Oman, in many years ago on earth, will live a happy life. He'll be well to do, well cared for, financially he'll be okay. He's coming here. Look, and he's coming to America this week, I think. I already know, my home state is Rhode Island. I already know what he's going to do in Rhode Island. He'll be there for his medical checkup, all the stuff he'll be going there too. And so I'm getting the best of treatment. The best of treatment he getting right now. So he doesn't care. So he would throw a jab at but mind you now, those who are going to say they're going to an airport to meet him, those who are going to go to a town hall meeting to engage him, you won't have town hall meeting. They're having programs, they're going to go there. The major insulted us, telling us that he really don't care for us, and you're going to run there now to go cheer him up or meet him. They're wrong. So again, the people that are playing with their political future, they will pay 2029, Mr. Gayman, I can tell you that.
Victor, when you are traveling down the road and you see a bunch of dogs, you can't take a rock and chunk the dog one at a time. You will never leave. just little wild dogs. Just little wild. If you take right a Trump dog like Victor, dog like George, dog like Gayman, if you try, you stay there, you will stay there all day. So just let the dog go. Don't listen to the dog.
I don't know. I read and watched some of the commentaries on the president comments today, and quite frankly, Jerome, I don't even know if the analogy that the president was making was even the correct. Because if you're going somewhere and dog are chasing you, you will just keep going. They will come at you, right? I mean, you got to do something. Either you're gonna run or you're gonna throw rocks at them, but you can't just keep going. I don't understand that. But not only that, the president, sometimes he's supposed to be a sage, an elderly wise man, but sometimes his remarks, his comments can come off as very, very unwise. Callous at times. And just kick it, If the president said we don't live in Liberia, so they shouldn't mind or don't mind, and they don't live. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means he doesn't want your 800 million you send him every year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We may not live there, but we have a lot of stake in that country. We put a lot of money. We have relatives. We go back home all the time. Almost everybody here goes back home at least once a year or so. The fact that we are sojourning to other places, that means we're completely detached from Liberia. That's complete nonsense. It doesn't make sense to me. And then he's going to like him. I mean, I've seen all the pictures now. Everywhere he's sitting down, there's a little dog around.
And you see, Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, Fanta, let me tell you something. Liberians in the diaspora should be outraged. Should be outraged. And even our umbrella organization, ULA should take issue here for that.
That's because right.
If you take issue here for that, you should let him come and make a. Let him say sorry to clear what he said. Because it's insulting, it's denigrating, and you, on a serious note, you're the president of the country, and you know very well the role of Liberians in it. Diaspora playing. So you tell me now, you organize a diaspora conference here. You organizing it again this year. You think who want to attend it? Who want to attend it? Who want to sit with you? And that arrogance, that entitlement he feels is wrong. We should go after him for that. Trust me, and that's why President Garguah will never host a town meeting in America here against Liberians. They will try to restrict it, try to do all kind of stuff. But people need to engage him, people need to tell him, force him to come and clarify his statement, because people go after him, but it's not enough. They should go after him all. And when he comes to America, people should even go around to carry the sign at the airport and let him see it. I mean, go after him for that because that's wrong. Look, you might know a man like Librarians that travel to Liberia to invest in the country, building their homes. That's somebody said today. Librarians are building homes, building their hotels, building guest houses. And by doing it, they're creating jobs for people to work. Because librarians are one that are building these things. Okay? They go there, people get scholarships there. People investing in very, very things that government cannot even do. Like the maternal care, the halfway homes, the place for orphans. Most of the orphanages have been run by people abroad. And you go there and you stay to the pulpit, you have the biggest pulpit, and you just diss them like that. President Bokar is wrong. And nobody officially come and defend him for that. It was wrong.
Let me tell you, Tomalin, and I'll pass it on quickly. Maybe somebody needs to set this president down. You know, I'm assuming he does not understand how ingrained we in the diaspora are into the fabric of the economy of Liberia. Maybe he doesn't know this. When you sit here as you're on this set now and talking to us, and you grab your phone and you send $100 home, it is not going to Monrovia. That $100 is what helps to build the foreign reserve here. You know, that $800 million that we're sending home, that's some of what they're depending on here. You know, they got a reserve overseas. You know, and I'll be honest, I didn't understand it well until Musa Belete explained it to us not too long ago. You know, they want to buy something here. You know, I'm not an economist, so forgive my elementary understanding. You know, but when you're sending your money by Sendwave, and the president knows that we send a lot of money back, we are actually holding up the economy. Maybe he doesn't understand that. You know, we can decide to take an action. You know, we can tell our people, I'll pay away, go to Guinea and go pick up your money, or go to the Ivory Coast and go to Freetown and pick up your money. You know, we can decide we're going to start sending money to Monrovia. What is he going to do? You know, it's really mind-boggling. And this is not the first time this president has insulted those of us in the diaspora. You know, who doesn't remember his comment? Oh, you're sitting over there, you think you're enjoying Trump coming for you. You know, that kind of. You know, he's a president, and I want to give due deference to the presidency. But you know, President Bokar really his speech is very unpresidential. You know, it's unwise. You know, I don't when he speaks, I don't hear wisdom coming out of him. You know, every time he gets it, maybe that's why he doesn't talk to the press too often. He's very condescending, very arrogant. You know, very, very, very arrogant, dismissive. So I don't want to, get upset. Let me pass it back to you. But I gotta say, I'm very disappointed in the president's, his description of the diaspora, and then calling people dogs. Seriously, are we really? I think. Anyway.
Fanta, when Joseph Walker was running for the presidency, he said there were a few things he said that now either the old man is senile, and I said this intentionally because he said one of his first speeches, he said when something is chasing you, don't stop until what chasing you stops. So if dogs are chasing you, don't stop until the dog stops. But this time he said, so I don't know what is happening here. I don't know whether these things are written and they put it in front of him. The last time I asked him, said people are complaining about the economy. He said, I don't. He said those are social media. I don't listen to social media. I don't do that. He said all of these, but then today now that the heat is getting to him. Now all of a sudden, every one of us are dogs, and he doesn't have the time and the energy to throw stone at each dog. So he's just going to pass by. Hopefully, the dog does nothing. Yes, you're not chasing him, and he will not.
No, like I don't take lightly people calling me or making references of animals like and me in the same sentences. So like it's so interesting. You mentioned the last time, right? Like when an older person who does not act or carry themselves respectfully, do you still have do you still maintain a sense of respect for them? or it completely removes the obligation of you as a younger person to even uphold any type of or extend any type of courtesy to such a person. Joseph Boakai is not mental. He's not mentally ill to not understand the words that he used and the implications that they carry. This is a person who and I think you just jogged my memory to something you also said, that he is literally carrying on the legacy of the True Whig Party. Like, he's literally implementing True Whig Party 2.0. The audacity, the lack of care of the people and how they perceive you as a leader. It is that mentality that I am above, and therefore, if I don't get this leadership, I'm going to burn the country to the ground, like literally, or I'm going to introduce a level of destruction. Like, who do you think you are? But you know what? It's sweet for us, and it's sweet for the Liberian people. Someone in politics for 40 years and have nothing to show for it. Then that's the person you go to reward with presidency, the highest office in the land. The highest office in the land? Look, Africa annually receives $100 billion in remittances. $100 billion. Way more than the aid that comes from all of the Western countries combined. I believe the aid that comes to Africa is around, give me 1 second. It's actually far less than what is remitted from the diaspora. So Liberia in itself remits about $1.2 billion annually. What was the current budget? They just up it to 1.2. So without the diaspora, you will not have your entire budget. Your GDP that's pushing about 5 billion, the diaspora contributes about 19 to 25% of that. Do you not understand how the level of substantial impact or the substantial impact the diaspora makes, the level of contribution the diaspora makes to the entire GDP, to the country, that you are going to denounce them and denigrate them? It's sweet for us, because when he come here, we be rolling out the red carpet. So what do you want the puppet to do? We'll be wearing our last red shoe to go party with Joseph Boakai. So how it can be sweet for us? And again, after he said all these things, I guarantee you, there will be Liberians who will definitely continue to roll out that red carpet. Should we continue to call them sycophants? Should we? Because they also participate. They also participate in the slave whipping. So how do we perceive that? And that's what I keep saying. We have to take this beyond just mere talking and actually start putting things into actions. Make Joseph Boakai feel it both politically and economically. And we cannot wait for 2029 to do such. We cannot do that. Look, other countries, I proposed or suggested this or made these suggestions a few months ago on an international platform when asked about how the diaspora can feel more valued and how they can actually ensure the money that they remit goes towards real infrastructure and not just nothing to show for it. And I said, we have to create a diaspora fund. We have to create a diaspora infrastructure fund. And we have to have conversation with the send waves, with the money grants. Because when you look at remittances, that goes to Ghana, that goes to Guinea, that goes to Senegal, there are zero fees to them. You send money to Ghana for free with SendWave. You send money to Senegal for free with SendWave. Why is it that when we send money to Liberia, SendWave or MoneyGram or Western Union charges these exorbitant fees? So not only do we need to really disrupt that process, because we know those fees are being split with the central bank. And where does Joseph Boakai get his money from to build his useless palaces? The central bank. So we need to interrupt that process with the remittances institutions and make sure it actually goes towards where it should. Infrastructure development by establishing a diaspora fund. It needs to happen like yesterday. We cannot continue to talk about this. They're never going to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reading the comment section as I'm going along, and I understand where you all are coming from. The president is on his way. Well, the next segment here will be what is on your mind. But before we go to that, let me read this press statement from the university that he's going to be speaking, or the entity at the university that he's going to be speaking, because this invitation did not come from the university, but it came from an organization based at the university. And one that stood out is the follow-up. He said, they say here for immediately, we will have, in short, we will have a community town hall meeting immediately before the CAR award ceremony, and pay ticket holder will have the opportunity to ask questions. You got to pay for tickets to be able to ask questions. After tickets have been paid for to ask the question, people who are eligible to ask questions, that time will be quiet. This is the moment. Important details after making your payment. Question will be sent in advance. They will be vetted. After they have been vetted, people will be selected. There will be no random question from the floor. Question will be approved before asking. The final list of speakers will be confirmed after you have sent everything else in. By April the 13th, 2026, so that has passed by. Deadline to express your interest is April 1st, that also has passed. Ticket will be ticket price will increase as of April 2nd. Space is limited. Buy your ticket, blah, blah, blah. So, Tomalin, here we are. Just what you were talking about, they have already set the tone. President Waika will be in California. He will not, no one will be allowed to ask questions. If you have questions, your questions have to be sent in advance. You have to pay to ask the question, then your question will be vetted. If it's not pro-government or pro-Waika, your question will not be asked. And you will not be allowed to ask the question. The question will be written and sent in, and then they will ask the question on your behalf. Tomalin, I have never seen anything of this nature. And going all the way back, I've been around a while. I've never seen it like this.
Mr. Gayman, I pray for the day that Liberians will be joyful to travel anywhere in the USA to meet the president, to engage that president. I pray for that, but for that day to come where, when they say the president of Liberia is coming to the USA, whether in Rhode Island, okay? Like, I remember I was in Rhode Island when Myean Salif made her first trip to the USA after she became president. And I tell you, it was on the stairs of the city hall, Liberians from all over came, because they believed she came with a lot of hopes, you know. People came from all over. Or 2006, yes, in Rhode Island, the mayor, representatives of Patrick Kennedy, Jack Reed, Senator Jack Reed, they all were there. Liberian community, the ULAP, everybody was there. If you were travel, came to see Myean Salif, and they were so happy. They had a long line. People, look, it was a line from outside. People were trying to get in hall to meet the president, shake her hand, just to meet her and engage her. I pray for that time to come, where Liberian president will come to the USA and people will go from all walks of life to come and meet our president. But why was my time to go see Joe Boga, President Boga for? Why? What you would tell me? He didn't tell me nothing good. So I'm not gonna go waste my time to go see him. Even if I'm in Rhode Island, I will not even go there. You know, nothing induced me to go there. So yeah, I want to go see him. No. The woman is arrogant, and he has that sense of entitlement. You know, he thinks that he's already reached king. And honestly, look, if it's up to we Liberians now, all those who are serious about our country's future, to ensure that this woman is not giving a second term. No, why? Why we won't give an 85-year-old, 7-year-old man a second term? You know, and mind you, you talk to his people, they will confess to you. They say, but where trust we got right now? They won't get a woman who will carry. They tell you, boys. They know that it's not an easy thing. They say, well, what can we do? They won't get a woman who will carry. Who will carry? And that's the question they ask themselves. So it's a waste of time to go there and then go on the restriction they gave me. Look, if a president is free, knows that he's doing a good job, you come to the USA, you say, let me put any question. Let me ask you a question. And because the Liberian, I encourage people to go back home and invest in the country. But they're restricting you. You got to go through group. First of all, it's a group that invited him. What is that? We'll go through all that stuff. I mean, what's the time to go there? Now, I don't know. If Liberian people who want to go there, you don't want to go. You won't get nothing out of that meeting with him. President. Nothing you get from out of him. Nothing.
Let me welcome
Seleke
Kromah.
Seleke,
Seleke, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thanks and greetings, everybody. Good to be here.
Put Tavi in the chat room so we can. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. We were. Hold on one minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, my brother. This is Abraham from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Let me say good evening to the panelists. Thanks for the time, my brother. Listen, my guys. Liberia, like you always stating, at least few of us been around to see some presidents in our country, to see some leadership. But I've never seen a leader with this sense of entitlement and arrogance. President Barker is just piling on issues over and again. I've never heard any president in our republic to tell people God is not making new land. This man started this thing even before he became president. He went into Foya and told the Kisi people, he said, thank God that the Pentecostal church was instrumental in Islam not spreading in Foya. He said that on video. And today, for him to come tell people and call people literally calling people dog. Look, no matter how you can phrase it, no matter how you frame it in terms of you're speaking rhetorically or you're speaking figuratively and all those kind of things, the fact that you're going to equate a situation with dog, you are in yourself insulting people. Those are physiology that you cannot use. And at the end of the day, people will equate it to, Churchill stayed here. Churchill is from England. It's from a different place. Our culture will not allow those kind of utterances to be made. Okay? And the last thing, like Timothy stated, this man is coming with nothing to be enthusiastic about. Absolutely. He feels so entitled that Liberia owe him something and they must pay him and he must use it. He must ride the country like a donkey. So for people to hear me talking about, they're going to give you a second chance. Second chance for what? What have he delivered? What is he delivering? People are in abject poverty, people with hunger. You got a country on the autopilot, and you're telling people that this man will even think about him again? It's a sad time for this country, guys. People ready to, and then the diaspora. In politics in the United States, sometimes when the president speaks, guys will come out to clean it on the coin, it was a gap, and try to clean it up. But the people, even the supporters, they surrounding are doubling down on it. There's no sense of apology or to say, the president misspoke something to allay the anger of people. No, they double down and get justification. It's a sad thing. So Timothy, you're damn right. This man is coming with nothing to show. Again, thanks for the time, my brother.
Seleke, the event is paid. You have to pay in advance, and there's no guarantee your question will be asked. You pay, then you send your question in, and then among the question, they pay which the thing should be read, and then they will read it out to the president. I mean, those of you on the ground, if you Liberian politics, this is a new level.
Yeah, again, greetings to everybody. I did listen to the statement before I come to his visit to the US. again, the chief, I don't know, financial person of President Bouaga campaign. I'm forgetting about this guy name. John Molu. John Molu is a member of the Diaspora, right? He has a business in the US and that of Kenya. So John Molu, I remember John Molu going to Spain to make a strong case for President Bouaga presidential bid, and they were able to raise thousands of dollars through the diaspora community to support his campaign, to the extent that they were able to pay the Puwasha with sufficient money to defeat a certain government who had the cover, back then. And so for this man to come up and say, don't mind these people, they don't live here, they don't understand what we're doing, all this kind of stuff. After all the support they gave to this man, and he publicly came on the radio and said that he was living on loan, and Henry Costa and other people started talking to people in the diaspora, the same diaspora community, putting on more like a salary or a monthly salary to send him money, all that kind of stuff. And today you are the president of the country. For me, election have consequences. And maybe Liberian, this will be a learning moment for every Liberians. People kind of feel sorry for Joseph Bouaga and seeing as a different man. I hear Mr. Nagbe talking about, wisdom, 40 years experience and all of that. All that thing that was blah. They were all propaganda, to get his way through. I remember one of the most famous phase that these guys went with, Mr. Gayman, that when you vote for Joseph Bouaga, he will send Ellen Johnson to jail. The reason Ellen not supporting is because Ellen is afraid. She don't want to go to jail because she know what she did during her 12 years, and Joe Bouaga is not in support of that. So if you vote for this man, he's too honest. You see the man been living since he was born or got married to rehab. He has not stolen from the country. So when you gain the presidency, definitely you will prosecute Ellen. That nonsense they were passing around telling the people. And when they voted for this old man, 82 years old man, and he had the guts to threaten the peace and stability of Liberia during the election, talking about if you don't win, there'll be no country called Liberia. And that's the same arrogance. Look, if you look at these people, the way they govern themselves during the campaign period to what they are doing now, there's no difference. The only difference is that they get power right now. But they were very intolerant during the political season in 2023. So that's the same thing they're doing here. To even attack the diaspora community, people who contributed more like 80 to 90% to your campaign, to your sources. Everybody that fought the Joe Bouaga now, he already fought in it. But I saw my big brother Mark Jabate crying the last time, but I don't even take Mark serious. Mark been in that position for 2 years, Mr. Gayman. And now they changing against on a Kwasa position. He's coming on Facebook crying, say the people of Bapulu and came out suffering. After 2 years that Nana Mark Zola, the people of Bapulu suffering. You are assistant minister, and the people of Bapulu and came out not suffering. But after they gain some kind of position, he's not satisfied with he's crying all on Facebook that the people of Bapulu and came out suffering. And this is how they deceive the people. Joe Bouaga is an ungrateful old man. And again, we in the opposition, we cannot afford even a day or 1 hour after this next 6 years mandate given to him to the Liberian people. Right after that, we should collaborate, work together to kick this old man out of this and put our country on track. Since this man became president, so divisive thing we see in the country, which is not the case. How do you refer to people as dog? When you're going somewhere, a dog back at you gotta be, it didn't make any sense, to be honest with you. But again, in regards to his visit to the US and talking about people paying money to go there, again, don't be surprised, Mr. Gayman. Liberians will actually turn out there, people who support him, and some of the Liberians that are in the US who are still hoping to get a job in his government. Unfortunately, I don't know why some Liberians, they call themselves educated people, but they still struggle on a belly to get, proximity with presidents and government officials or government job in Liberia. I don't know why they tend to do that at times. But But people will go there, they will cheer him up, even doing that speech, that hate speech that you're just talking about. Officials of this government were laughing when you were making that remark. You know, they were there in the back laughing as if this is something, you know, that was funny or something like that. But it is very, very unfortunate. And it just speaks a lot about who Joe Barker is. You know, he was getting rid of Seleke Kromah, Prophet Key. This is the same Prophet Key man Joe Barker spoke on the phone during the campaign time. And even donated 2,000 to Prophet Key group to go to Grand Chile. You know, he used to call this man. Even during that reopening of the headquarters, Prophet Key went on stage, spoke with Joe Barker and his wife. So today, to send Prophet Key to Joe, I'm not in support of what Prophet Key did. Even Seleke Kromah, you know, it's an ingrained, and this is sad. You can't be like this, you know, talking about Ghana making new land, you know, and all these different comments you've been making. It is very, very unfortunate. Reckless statement. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Mr. Gayman, sorry, quickly. Yeah. Siddiqui said something, and Siddiqui, just quickly, what he said about people will go see him, you know, me tell you what should happen. When a person comes to America, what they do, they send money to groups, the UP USA group, to organize the program. So they will go there. Some of them, they will get, how they do it, induce them to go there. They send money. How they've been doing since all the government can do. They send money ahead of time to the supporters here, they organize the program and make it look nice, and they'll go there. So once they post send money, they send 50,000, 100,000, or 1,000 they send yet. If you the UP chairman or Friends of Burger chairman around here, you'll go there. You know that. Look, where is today all that you said readily? Stanton, Yeke, John Bolu, Prophet Key, all of us are Burger, you know there. At the end of the day, they're rolling. But it's up to we Liberians, those who are serious about taking office in our country. It's up to them for 2029. Build your party. End of the day, you forge ahead and come for a common purpose. You should figure out how you want the team to go, how the ticket should be, who should be the arrowhead, who should be the VP. You should figure out. If you don't do it, you'll get it. The man, he'll be 85 years old. So when he gets 6 years, we're 91 when he retire. So I'm going to tell me 91 years old. It's up to y'all.
Let me welcome my ambassador brother, A.B. Dara Dillon. Senator Dillon, welcome to the show.
Senator Dillon, I see today. We're coming crazy, Papi.
Oh. You was Senator Dillon show where you spoke about Yeke explosion.
Yes. I saw excerpts.
Yes,
I appreciate his.
But so Siddiqui, you're praising men for it now.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. His position was strong. He was on the side of law.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't see that coming. I thought you were going to support your colleagues.
And you know, you always come to that.
Not telling my body now, but I didn't see that coming.
That's the Dillon. That's the bastard man. I wanted to see, and that's the way I'm seeing now. Now he's in the House of Elders, right? And he got proximity to power, so it makes sense for those people around the president that have never been in power, don't know power, they were not exposed to power. Some of these guys, this is their first government job. This is their first time. Yeah. Dillon, we've been around this year forever, so he's supposed to know better. So I'm not disappointed. I'm glad. Hopefully, he can have a class or section. In America here, we got, every time, when time comes, we go for orientation, we go for in-house training, in-house service. I mean, all of these things, you do it to orient people, to train folks. Dara Dillon, I hope you begin to do that as some of these folks. Even for the deodorant they wear, to the color, the suit they wear, you should be able to tell them, my people, that when you wear the president, you can't wear the kind of suit. But let me welcome Telvi. Telvi, welcome to the show.
Happy to be on. Liberia never disappoints. Oof.
Look,
everything's something new.
Telvi, I was in Liberia in January, and we went to the Swedish, the European delegation had invited us to a brunch. at I think a Royal Hotel, and we're sitting there, and a gentleman walked in. This guy had on orange shoes, orange socks, orange pants, orange belt, orange shirt, orange coat, orange tie, and an orange hat.
Jesus.
Abuse. When he walked in, everybody turned around. And someone told me he was some deputy minister somewhere, and I said, wow. So, Darrell Dillon, you got your work cut out. But listen, it is appreciated 8 o'clock mark where we come to the section in our program called What is on Your Mind. This is the section where things that we couldn't capture in the news, on the front pages of the newspaper, where people come out and tell us what's happening either in the neighborhood, what's happening in that neck of the woods, and we discuss those issues. So let me start with Telvin. You just came in. What is actually on your mind? That you
I was sitting down, Texas, it's been raining here today, and I'm not a fan of rain. It makes me sad. I don't want to do nothing. I don't like rain. I don't like cold. And just when I was thinking about this whole weather, even though I'm not going up for Joseph Boyka to do what he did today, man, this man got me hyped. I'm telling you, I've been writing. Look, let me say that first. I come into make some people fancy. I like to speak like English. Let me tell you something. That culture, where we come from, where we think that when old people do something, we will not say nothing because they're older than you. They get you bottle to drink. I come from that same family, and I despise that. Some of my family people, I don't even talk to them today because they feel Mr. Gayman and Mr. Nagbe, because you're the oldest here, that because they pin dapper on you or they get you, they put butter in your mouth. So when they do something wrong, you shouldn't say nothing because you small head, you small boy, you small child. And they fail to realize that we're in different times. You can still speak your mind and still be respectful about it, but they don't want you to say nothing. When you say anything, they say, hey, you small guy, you small boy. Boyka did what he did today for no reason. And people saying, oh, really, Papi, don't be disrespectful, Papi. Papi was disrespectful to us first. The first thing is, and people won't lecture me or lecture us on talking about analogy, metaphors, and nonsense. Don't give me that garbage. Look, I got enough student loans in America. And I added some more to it because that's all I got to show. I added more to it. Don't lecture me about metaphors and whatever it is. You got to consider this man leading statements. And first of all, he has been saying all these different, whatever it is. Look, the Bible said when I was a child, I spoke like a child. And when I became a new person, I put all foolishness aside. So if he was used to speaking about, like, first of all, to just speak loosely, Liberia making no new land, those thought what you taught in your living room with your friends, when you're president now, you must refine your language. Context matters. Timing matters. So you can't just be speaking all kind of way. The thing that we never see before, we'll see it again when they ask you about your can matter. And all those different things. Then worse off, you come and say, all the people that ain't living here, so they pretty much say you're close to your mouth because you ain't living in our country and you got no business to put your mouth in our business. So don't mind them. They're talking nonsense. They're talking garbage because they ain't living here. But aren't we all Liberians? Does it matter what we live in, Gibraltar or whatever it is? We all mean well for the country. We all love Liberia. We have one place. Even though we got citizenship, we got this, we got that. But this one Liberia, right? And y'all be preaching this thing here. We must come home. We must try Liberia business more fix. Y'all wouldn't want us to fix with our money. But y'all want us to fix with criticism. Look, let me tell you something. Criticize me any day. Any good leader want to be criticized. Because you know what? The more they criticize you, the better. I want people who can criticize me. Guess what? I take that feedback and I go back and I be better. If you, my friends, and you keep telling me blah, 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 and I can see my blind spot, you're not my friend. You're not my friend. And y'all want people to be singing your praises, President Boyka. If you're not doing well, we will sing your praises. And then your handlers, they're a bunch of fair ones. They were in this America here with 10 degrees. They couldn't even get help desk, specialist role, $10 role. They're over there stealing. In 6 months' time, they're building skyscrapers. They're talking loosely and talking about, President we are did this, and Mr. President, we are said this, and Boyka was just speaking figuratively and give us all those lectures. He made some leading statements before then. Those people don't live here. That was condescending. That was dismissive. That's what disrespectful to tell that we're talking, pretty much making noise, and we should hush up. Then you go to the state of telling us, oh man, when Christian man fight behind you, pick up your opportunity, you want one dog, you pass your dog, whatever it is. First of all, in our context, when you gotta realize that the nation itself is traumatized. The nation is sore. Too much going on. So you as an older person, I don't even want to talk about statesman, older person, you're dealing with a fragile nation, a fragile people. You can't be comparing people with dogs. You know, in your context, when you refer to somebody, you dog and human being in one sentence, you send things crazy. Nobody needs to lecture you about that. And then people want to talk about, hey, and the man, he was just using figurative language, and it mean nothing. And Winston Churchill said that. You want to compare the context in which Winston Churchill said that to what Brecker said today? What y'all we're going to degree. Y'all even past second grade. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all can be so loyal to your party people that your common sense, y'all don't even get it. If our president, we are saying it, or probably Cummings or some other political leader, y'all will be all over this place with it. Y'all love somebody so much until y'all can't tell them the truth. If President Brecker, let me cut out. The only thing I can on this show for today, because I am bruised from this. I can drag back to President Brecker by myself all day, all year on this Facebook, all by myself. I need no help for that statement because I am offended, seriously offended by that. Because it's very Diaspora people that what got you there today. And I'm glad Senator Taylor here. I love Senator Taylor very much. And he knows that. But you know what? Taylor know the power of Diaspora people because when he came here, Diaspora people came from all over to see him. But then I was not even living in Dallas for a while. I drove 4 hours from Austin, Texas. I was living in Austin just to, to meet Senator Dillon, and I was happy because I felt that there was a representation for us in the House. And it was a good gathering. You know the power of Diaspora. Besides the money, we support. We want to come back home. So we to just speak to us in that kind of disrespectful, condescending manner. And not only Brecker said that, his whatever press secretary, Frisky Lege, that's how I call her. Frisky Lege, whatever her name is, started with that. She made a post about a few days ago and said, oh, when Dopoh passing, blah, 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 my president, you can relate him. And she talked about making, what's wrong? And she started to make joke out of it. You know how to speak. Just stop with me. She made up. I said, well, what's wrong with these people? These people don't realize that they're in governance now and they have to speak a certain way. How can your press secretary be a president can relate when you pass it doing your team and don't pick up your stuff? You can just, you can follow them. She started it, so that means that the conference room talk. They have been saying that all week. They have been saying it. And so he had the audacity to bring it up. President Brecker, let me go on record. You can call me rule like here, frisky like here, whatever, for your culture. We can't talk to nobody that older than us. We can't tell you the truth. If you don't retract that statement, in America, between you and us, it will go on beyond 2026. It will go on, 2029. It will go on. That the one, you're going by 100 times. You're not even going by the second time. Call for a bit. You're not going back. You and your people, and the ones that are passing around with a failed 7-year record, they couldn't even make a $50,000 job, $50,000 job. They will come right back here and they will meet us here. You're not going back. You will take that statement back. Way, whether to press statement, whether to verbally, whatever the same method that you use to address us in a disrespectful, mindless way, you will take it back. I'm saying it with my full chest. My face, let me take off my glasses so you can see it. I am so upset for you who ran on the change mantra to speak to us in that manner. And you know what that's why people did for you. They resuscitated you. Joseph Brecker, I called him by your name because you know what I mean? C-level executive in the country, I would have called him by the name. We can call him by the name. I can call my director, Johan Jonto, that you're the one that tied up his name, Joseph Brecker. I will call Trump. That's how we call in here. Call me disrespect. If you don't take it back, we own it. We own it. All I got to say, I can't here just for that. I finish with my own.
Thank you. They talk your own, we talk our own. I'll find out here what's on your mind. We eat what's on your mind out.
It's funny how Tammy was lashing me yesterday for speaking my mind. So this is quite interesting.
I'm not thinking plan with my parents, and I don't do that. I speak to the issue.
No problem, man. No problem. No problem. I hear you. No problem. No problem. I'm with you. Look, as I said, right? This is for someone to even like reference Churchill as a justification for the obscene remarks means that you don't know history and you don't even know anything about world history, because outside of the propaganda that is published in the educational materials that come from the West, not understanding that there is an active machine structured by the CIA that feeds into Western hegemony, which is to degrade the sovereign culture of all nations that they can influence, and they've done that really well. So if only what you know about Churchill is that he was one of Britain's greatest leaders, then you're a fool. You are truly a fool. You need to take some time and educate yourself, because Churchill was a war criminal. Number one, Churchill was one of the worst. I can't even call him a leader, because the level of atrocities he committed. If the history books actually was to reveal the reality of Churchill's leadership, you will be flabbergasted. So Churchill is not the person for you to reference in any type of justification of using obscenity. It's a shame that you will even mention such a name. Churchill has the worst human rights record. And when I say that this is a true Whig party, borrowing it from you, Mr. Gayman, 2.0 is definitely that. A person can only pull from their reference. And Joseph Boakai reference is the true Whig party. When you look at his political life, everyone that he's been exposed to borrow from that playbook. So what do you expect him to do? They're very comfortable. From Ellen, referring to people who speak out as noisy minorities, right? Noisy minorities. Who cares for them? Nobody cares for what they have to say. So Joseph Boakai and the people did nothing. We talked about it, or it was talked about and abandoned a week later. So Joseph Boakai escalating, right? Elevating that. Like it's as if whatever corruption, whatever obscenity that Ellen was engaging, he's trying to double that. Like he's trying to beat her, right? To say you were engaging corruption. Oh, I'll show you actually how to do corruption, because I was suppressed under your leadership or your administration, right? As he said, like he was essentially useless. She had no use for him and only suppressed him. And then now it's like when you've hid the candy from a kid for so long, and then they finally have access to that candy, what do they often do? They overindulge. And what is at the end of that is illness. So Joseph Boakai is going to get exactly what's coming to him, whether the people understand it or not. And for him to make the remarks that he has, for him to continuously abuse the rule of law, for him and for the legislative and the House of Senate to sit there and allow it to happen time and time again, abandoning their oath to the Liberian people, all of them are despicable. The systems of government, for those who purport to uphold democracy, was established for checks and balances. If all of you just do the bidding of the president, whatever the president wants, because you want a few bucks, a few coins in your pocket, it's shameful. That is the shameful part, that you can be bought, that your voice can be bought, and you can be sold anytime. Because we see you move from one administration like to the next, from one party like to the next, wherever is convenient. The whole thing is entirely shameful. And Joseph Boaka's statement of referencing Liberians both at home and abroad as dog. Well, he's the dog for a fact. He's definitely like the dog, and he should understand that very much. And yeah, he's definitely has what's coming for him. And I don't think we should wait until 2029. Waiting until 2029 is very lazy. Waiting until 2029 means that there is a good chance of us repeating this very disastrous mistake. And the time to act is now. We have to make it hurt economically. We have to make it hurt physically. We have to make it hurt politically. We have to make Joseph Boaka administration ungovernable. This is what has to happen. Take the talking into actions. Roll up your sleeve and let's get practical. I've already started doing that. So I'm calling out to all Liberians, both in the diaspora and at home. Let's use from now until 2029 to make the Unity Party and Joseph Boaka administration ungovernable. What are they going to do? Kill all of us? Fantastic. We're all meant to die anyways. We'd rather die as heroes saving our nation than die as chickens. So that's my piece.
Thank you. Let me welcome the Honorable Attorney Isaac Jackson. Welcome, Jackson.
Thank you very kindly. It's a pleasure being here. I'm very happy to join my distinguished colleagues who are panelists here this evening for us to have a conversation once more about our country and how the country is now in a downward spiral. It's a serious embarrassment.
Great.
Embarrassment.
I read your piece today, and I'm going to read it briefly, and then we can opine on it. You said here, when critics are linked to dogs or cockroaches, history reminds us of the dangerous consequences that can follow. Example, Muammar Gaddafi once described his critics as cockroaches and rats, and many were subsequently killed in large numbers. Similarly, the Hutus leader dehumanized Tutsis as cockroaches to justify their slaughter during the Rwandan genocide. Liberia risks treading a perilous path with President Joseph Boaka's ill-considered and dehumanizing description of critics as dogs. The use of such cruel language is deeply troubling and unworthy of a democratic society, one in which critics should be regarded as legitimate stakeholders and engaged through constructive dialogue and not dereliction. It is disheartening that President Boaka is effectively undermining Liberian democracy by fostering an environment that incites violence and hostility towards dissenters. The concern is evident by report of government's heavy-handed response to protesting U.S. students demanding jobs and justice. At the same time, the apparent silencing of critical voices locally, such as Prophet Key and Yeke, raises further questions about the state of free expression. Where, then, is Liberia heading? And what wisdom lies in deploying such a divisive and dehumanizing language? Right on money, I think you spoke for everybody else, that I say the same thing when you refer to highly educated, successful, and supportive group of folks in the diaspora, referring to them as dogs, and they are only accustomed to barking. They can just bark. And don't waste your time throwing stone at each barking dog. Just let them bark. So expand on that a little bit, then I will welcome Honorable Gongloe.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. But like I said, and many other sensible and reasonable-minded people will agree that whenever the leader dehumanizes others by likening them to vermin, You know, vermin are insects, right? Those insects that cause problems, cockroaches, rats, dogs. What happened in history is that those people get murdered. And that is exactly what Mr. Bouaka is doing. He is sending a signal. That's what we consider as dog whistle to some of the police people who are bent on following his every instruction. He's sending a dog whistle to the military. So if you see the post that I did, I put the picture of the head of the AFL and the head of the police. Because the language that Mr. Bouaka used, the aphorism, this insulting aphorism that he used is a Nazi language. You know, in Nazi Germany, that's how they describe the Jewish people, right? They said they were cockroaches. They were dogs. In Liberia, when a woman doesn't like you and she's getting fed up, we usually mean a dog. When people liken you to dog, it's not an admiration. It's a disgust. Mr. Bouaka has no tolerance for critical views. That's why today the evidence is abundantly clear. He's silencing critics in the country. Prophet Key, these were the same people that were marching behind Bouaka. He's in jail, languishing behind bars. Today, Yeke is a victim of President Bouaka's intolerance. His joy is on the line. Young brother Martin Colley, who were marching up and down the place and welcoming Bouaka and debating Bouaka's presidency as the second coming of Jesus Christ, is no longer in the room. He's on the sideline. Nobody referencing him. Kamara Kone, after Bouaka got elected, were weeping, saying that we have achieved a victory. Today, Kamara Kone is no longer being tolerated in the government circle. This is to show to you that Mr. Bouaka is averse to critical views. And for him, people who are hatred are supposed to die, or he should demonize them so that the police or the military people who are drunk on power will now treat them like dogs. This is no laughing matter. There are many other sensible aphorisms that the president could have used. He can't elevate this damning aphorism to the level of the presidency. Opposition leaders, critics of the government must be seen as amicable partners that he must engage in constructive dialogue with. But if you see them as dogs, are you going to engage in constructive dialogue with dogs? This is wrong as wrong can be. The president, I think, he is losing his marble. This president is losing his marble. I think dementia is setting in because if the president was not experiencing a bit of dementia, he would not have forgotten that when he was sick, bedridden, when he had no money to feed his family, at least to take himself to hospital, even though he had worked in government for 40 more years, he had no saving. He had lavished his money on girlfriends and alcohol. It took people like us in the US, some of our friends and brothers, pushing cartoon. They say we push cartoon and clean toilets. It took the people who clean cartoon and push toilet that he now saying they just backing in America and doing zero. It took them, they have 1 cent, 2 cent, put it together, led by Brother Henry Costa to raise money for you to come to the same Minnesota and go to Mayo Clinic. The same boy. So if dementia was not kicking in and the president was not being forgetful or not being ungrateful in the highest order, he would never have uttered such silly and insulting aphorism. But this is the Liberia we're in now. We are in sad times. I had the Chinese call it. When the Chinese say we're living in interesting times, it's a curse. We're living in troubled times, it's a curse. We are living in sad times. So where are those people who are saying the Bouaka presidency was debated of wisdom? Where is the wisdom now, brother? Where is the wisdom in debating or describing your critics as dogs? Because what you're doing, you're liking us to dogs. He has no tolerance for dogs. Comrades, let us not overlook this. This is a dog whistle. You know why the women in Liberia, AML widow, you know why they refuse to allow the former Prince Johnson, the general, to be the head of the military? Because they say he was deeply politicized. These are people who do not have allegiance to the state, but to seek weak Bwaka. That's why the AFL women say, that man was not head of the military. He was deeply politicized. He took side. These are people who are waiting to cause mayhem. General butt naked. These are people who Bwaka is sending this dog whistle to. These opposition people, they are dogs. You're allowing them to be backing around here. Don't deal with them. It's a dog whistle. You know who organized the Blackberry during the Sawyer time, and what was the role of the Blackberry? It's the guy who now heading the yellow machine. Brani J. Samuka. These are people who are travel loyalists. The other man who now said over the Tomalin, who caused the trouble at the border, was the one who orchestrated the violence in Lofa that led to the death of the man from CDC. These are dangerous elements in our society that Bwaka is sending the dog whistle to treat us as dogs. It's not joking matter. Bwaka as a leader should know how to choose his words. If he says something like that, it has consequences. The last time Bwaka said the land over there was for military people and God was not creating land again, you saw why it ended to, right? Poor people who bought their land. Bwaka is not surveyor, doesn't know any boundary. He didn't even go to court. He didn't even have the tolerance. He didn't even have the consideration to say, let's engage in conversation, dialogue with our citizens. He put the military over the poor people and he took the people's land. They're going to create a new land. The military know their land boundary. But this man is taking the country down a dangerous path. We can't be sitting here and overlooking it. And I like what the sister was saying before I got on. Now is the time for the opposition to work together and exercise our rights provided for in Article 1 of the Constitution. The all power inherent in us. And if our safety and our happiness, if it is at stake, we can alter the government. That's what the Constitution says. We can alter the government. They didn't tell you what time. They say you can alter the government. No president has any authority to stay in power for consecutive 6 years. To stay in power for 6 years is predicated upon the president's own way of responding respectfully to the Constitution, abiding by the Constitution, and taking into consideration the safety and the happiness of the people. If the president doesn't take into consideration the Constitution that he took oath to protect and uphold, if he encouraging people paying bribe in violation of the penal law to lawmakers to remove somebody who is excreted, if he urinating on the Constitution daily when he took oath to defend it, the sanctity of that Constitution, then the president is not fit to continue to preside. This is the message we got to send to our people. We need to send a message to our people consistently. Bwaka is taking the country down a dangerous path.
Great.
And I think he has shamed some of the people who were marching all over the place and saying he was going to be a second coming of Jesus Christ, who was going to solve Liberia problem. He's not solving Liberia problem. He is not compounding Liberia problem. And I think this is a disgrace.
Thank you. Let me welcome Kehleboe Gongloe. Honorable Gongloe, welcome. You are muted. You've been away for so long, you forgot you got to, there you go.
Oh, now I have to mute myself always. Thank you. I'm happy to come on the show. For full disclosure, I came because I noticed that our Senator of Moserado, Darius DeLong, was watching the show. He made a comment. Yo, hello. So I wanted DeLong to hear my opinion about some of the statements he has made in recent time. And that's the main reason I'm here for.
That's what's on your mind. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it's spot on. What's on your mind? So I want to speak on what's on my mind. The Bwaka issue, people have spoken to it a lot. I've seen people who are Bwaka defenders trying to, flip this thing as bad as it is, a bad metaphor to make it look good. And I was telling to one of Bwaka critics that, listen, while the president, if you really meant to be just ordinary, Why you could not just go to what we say commonly in Liberia, that you go to the market, you say, you mind the noise in the market, you'll not sell your bone. Why you couldn't just say that if you mind the noise? Because that's the one we can relate to. But when you use door as a metaphor to refer to a human being, and I just kept reflecting on that, I say, you know, in the man language, we call dog man. I don't care what kind of comparison you make with man, it's bad. You know, so if you go to Glaze up here, you go to my village, and you want to use a metaphor and using door as a metaphor, the people will not respect you. They will not accept it. I don't care whatever you say. So I think the president must be a leader. Should look at the public reaction, particularly the group that you are referring to, the Diaspora group, and apologize to us. Because in this country, if the Diaspora had unity, if we say we're going to hold back sending money to Liberia just for 1 week, I say one more, just 1 week, the US dollar rate will go up. The impact on the Liberian economy will be measurable. So he knows his government success and any other government before him depends on Liberians in the diaspora. So he should reflect on that and take his statement back. But I wanted to just talk on, because Senator Delon spoke on the Yaga Kodba issue. You know, I see Delon like a populist leader. A populist leader tend to rely on public sentiment, that sentiments are very popular with the public, regardless of their own contradictions. I have a lot of respect for Delon. In fact, for full disclosure, when Delon was running in Maserati, we helped to raise money for him. Personally, I remember somebody passing money to me and I sent it to him. Okay? And I can say here, there are a few things I've been disappointed with him. One, his rationalization when we call for the audit of the legislature. Yes, he's in the Senate. The first started with system. It's all we got to do system audit. When I listen to DeLong and Yombly justifying, you know, that system audit, I was really embarrassed because we wanted a financial audit. The argument they used that there was no system was flat false on its face, because audit is not based on the particular ministry or a particular agency. Audit is based on the GSA, the GSC Act. How you record your financial records. It is the obligation of each government entity. And plus, the legislature is now a place where you collect money to say we got a different collectoral system here. We need to know. It's a place where you make law. What you get money from finance ministry. And how you spend the money, you make a report. And that's why the people come to audit. You don't have any system there. You don't have a collector to say, oh God, we need to put a system in place. It was buying time, and I was not happy with that. The second issue I want to bring to the senator attention, saying he's paying attention, is when I listen to the senator on OKFM, yelling at the Liberian people that if anyone has a house in Alleyway, they should break it. I was just disappointed. That's not how a popular senator that was elected with more than 100,000 votes. That's not how you speak to your people. And Senator Delon should know, and he knows that the Land Right, the Land Right Act, the Land Authority Act is very clear. It gives even squatter right. I think even before the Land Right Act, I think there is even the previous in our Anthony Jackson is here. He can speak to that. Squatter right. I'm not a lawyer, but I've heard about the squatter right many times from other lawyers because I come from a legal family. all of the people whose houses have been broken by government, using government authority, Senator Delon does not even know the normal of the people and the circumstances. Some of the people have lived in those places for maybe 25 years, 20 years, 30 years. Because since the civil crisis, a lot of stuff have not happened. People move into Monrovia and they have to make, so if they've lived there and government didn't inform them, notify them, the moment they settle, and they've lived there for all these time, government wants to break the place because it's in alleyway, they should compensate them. Legitimate compensation, not even begging, because that's what the law calls for. But Senator Delon to go and say, break it with no compulsion, with no regret. I was disappointed, and I think he ought to make that statement publicly to apologize to those who have been affected. Because I sit and reflect on little kids and women who send their kids to sell color in the market in order to survive. That the senator was speaking to them that she break and they should sleep in the street. And I hope, if he's listening, I hope he can have a show. Maybe he can come on the show tonight. Let's debate, because the senator was on the show a few months ago. Gayman may remember, maybe Chief Tomalin, George will remember. There was an issue we were discussing, and we wanted the senator view on that. Barker had made similar statement. If you remember, Senator Delon said he cannot argue, he cannot express his opinion. You go say with the president to understand first. After that, you come public. You are yet to hear the president his reaction. So I wanted to speak to that. That's what on my mind.
Thank you. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, you came right in the middle of stuff. This is the section where we say what's on your mind. Honorable Jackson told us exactly what on his mind. I read excerpts from his piece. What is on your mind?
I'm muted. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. What's on my mind is I just ate a nice very bad steak, and this dog is not barking. This dog is well fed. And this dog is I might be, if I can get permission to leave, I might head to some island and just relax with my beautiful wife.
And bark there.
And bark there. But the dogs that are barking and unfed are the dogs that are owned by the president. And the president, if the president has shown his inability to feed his own dogs, I think that's a problem. And I think this is why we are here. We are not barking because we need to be fed. These dogs are not barking because we are hungry or we are thirsty. These dogs are barking to ensure that you can at least feed your dogs. A buddy of mine called me today, and I told him I was going to mention this without mentioning his name. And I love my buddies, and we all reach out to each other, and we've been friends for a long time. But just still supporter of Unity Party. And every now and then, you call for, I need some gas money, and at least, we're able to. But I said something to him today after I heard the president's statement, and I said, I think is at this point, people are, this is a man who is capable. This is a very well-educated man, and there are moments in our economy where there are people who you would not expect to reach out to you. They're reaching out to you, and the question is, has the environment changed, right? And how are these things impacting the pockets of people? And instead of the president and his lieutenants, his surrogates, you would think that they will be focused on economic policy to uplift Liberians in general, right? Because there are dogs who supported this president. There are Liberians who supported this president, and there are Liberians who still believe in this president. But these very folks are struggling to even afford breakfast, least to say dinner or lunch. They can't eat 3 times a day. They're struggling to send their children to school. The very struggle they struggle under the past administration has gotten worse. You will think that this government will be focused on addressing these things. You will think that they will actually recalibrate and say, listen, have we truly rescued these people? This is not about us. This is not about people who are critic of the president. I don't need job from the government. I can come to Liberia and still live a decent life. I don't need gas slip from government officials. This is not about us. It seems like our people they don't get it. They don't get it. And this was not something that just happened abruptly. This was planned. It was planned. It was strategically discussed that the president will come on and describe people who are calling their government to action as dogs that are barking. But they're not smart. They're not smart because the dogs that are barking are the dogs that are in West Point. They are louder. The dogs that are barking are those moms and pop shops where businesses are not running as smooth as they once were. The dogs that are barking are people who supported this dog. Listen, Mark Chabate is a dog that is barking louder than any dog that has ever barked. Those are the dogs that the president should focus on. These folks supported this government. You worry about the wrong dogs. You worry about the healthy dogs. You worry about the dogs that don't. What can you do to a man at Robert Garguah? Nothing. Like I don't need nothing from you. I don't need nothing from your boys. Those boys are broke. They ain't got no money. Their jobs are not consistent jobs. We've seen this movie before. After government's gone, they start begging. We've seen that before. There's nothing you can tell these dogs that we haven't heard before. So this president, he needs to tone it down. Tone it down. Please don't call me. Stop calling me. He needs to tone it down. He's 80-something years old. He needs to tone it down. He needs to be the elder in the room. He needs to exemplify some level of discipline. I'm sorry, but I thought that was disrespectful. You don't call people dogs that are barking. So let me tell folks, if you supported this government, don't pay attention to the dogs that are barking. You're not rich. You need to focus on getting to the president's house, the mini executive mansion. Focus on getting to his house and knock on that gate. Don't call my phone because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to keep barking. The president said, if you pay attention to the dogs that are barking, you will not reach your destination. If the destination is the president's mansion, keep going to that president's mansion. This is the very president who said God is not creating new lands. How empathetic can you be towards people who are already broke, people who are already poor, people who don't have jobs because you have not created the environment to provide those jobs? You do not have, this president does not even have the connection. How many private sector investors that have come into the country? All this big mouth they made. What is the connection? The man came to Atlanta and met with airport managers. I'm talking airport managers. These are people that I won't even meet with. They don't make the decisions when it comes to whether or not Delta will rezone flights in Liberia. Where are the connections? They're not worried about that. They're worried about people who are making sense of the issues. We're not taking these things personal. This is about our people who are suffering. It's not about us who are not suffering. It's not about us who are not suffering. This nonsense has got to stop, Mr. Jerome. This insult has got to. Insult is not a policy. Oh, was it part of the rescue agenda? As far as I'm concerned, dogs were not part of the rescue agenda. They talk about tourism. They talk about road infrastructure development. They talk about jobs and roads and roads. Where are we with that? This is what the president should focus on when he mounts the pulpit or the podium. Not insulting people. This president, the Unity Party have got to understand campaign is over. Campaign ended in 2023. They were inaugurated January 2024. This president is not the president of the Republic of Liberia. He's not the stand-up bearer of Unity Party no more. His responsibility and his oath It's to the Liberian people, which includes those who supported him and those who did not support him. They have not grasped that. They still think that they're in campaign mood. And even if you're focusing on United Party Partisan, how many of them have you helped? How many of them have you rescued? How many of them have you really rescued? These boys are crying all over the place. They're broke. They don't. Come on, man. Don't get me started, man. But the president has got to tone it down, right? Because these dogs that you are throwing shots at, these dogs are good. These dogs are self-made professionals. They are not government, belly-driven, hungry folks who will bow down to you for some money. We are not Yeke Koluba. These are not kind of dogs we are. When you were threatened to remove and then when they were shaking. No, these are not the dogs. So tone it down, Pape. Tone it down.
But
and focus on your dogs because they're barking louder than anything else.
Thank you very much.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, who let the dogs out? We're gonna play that song. Before I go to Honorable Jackson, let me go to Victor real quick. Let me go to Victor real quick. Those are all that grew up in the interior. And some of you guys who grew up in the city, they said dog got a way of seeing danger, right? When they see danger, they alert their gather everybody mute. When dogs see danger, they alert their owners. When you are sleeping and they're fired, they will come and wake you up. Dogs see things that regular people don't see. It looks like this president doesn't have the wisdom to know that, listen, these dogs are seeing danger. Maybe there are snakes around. Maybe there's something going. It doesn't face him.
No, it doesn't. I was in the back listening, and I don't want this to come out as pandering, but quickly, I think we beat on Dylan a lot. So I think once in a while when he gets it right, I think we should also give him his props. I listened to what he said today. I think it takes guts to do what he did, and I want to appreciate him for that. I just hope he's not going to stop there. I think what he said was on point. Yeke was not given due process. Although, again, Dylan being Dylan, you say he was not interested in Yeke going back. Yeke not going back. I don't know how you would reconcile the two when the man was unduly removed. Then you say he's not going back at the same time. But again, for whatever it's worth, let me give ADD his props. I think 50%,
50%, Mr. Nagbe.
So that's Dylan right there for you now. He's a populist. Yeah. He want to round popular sentiment. That's Dylan right there.
Yeah.
Oh no, give the man his props, man.
Yeah.
As much as you talk about him, give him his props.
Exactly.
Rabbi, listen to Nagbe, Mr. Nagbe, who say you are confused by the statement. One statement condemning, the other one say you're not going back. You are confused. So what is that?
Let's do what your brother said not to do. At least he tried. At least he tried.
He did what you feel.
He did well. But coming back to the president, and I'll be quick. Almost everything I wanted to say has been said. But I think this is becoming. I think this is not anymore, a slip of the tongue. I think it's becoming a pattern. I think it's characteristic of this president. Just as late as February, we remember here in the throes of this Republican president government, chasing people, knocking them down, shooting them down in the streets in Minnesota and all over the place, putting us on travel ban and all of that. In February, this president of Liberia, he got on the radio, he got on in the public space and said, "You think you're enjoying? In other country, you think you're enjoying? Try coming for you." That was his offhand joke. He had a joke.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You understand me? When we were facing life and death situation here in this country because people were getting killed. We saw that in Minnesota. I mean, all of us, our friends here, Mohammed Ensar Dole, Cesar Goya, Victoria Sandolo Zulu, people were all in the street. We were all supporting them. Winfred Ross, all of these people. Our president will get on TV or whatever, and instead of giving us encouragement, telling all my people, if they want you there, you can come home. We here will embrace you. What did he say? You're in Europe, you think you're enjoying? Trump coming for you. that kind of reckless, heartless, very, very diabolical statement coming from our president. So now he gets on the radio again today. He's telling them that, they don't live yet. They leave them alone. What does that mean? What does that mean? This is the age of technology. You ain't got to be in Monrovia to know what's going on in Monrovia. Besides that, all of us here, we go home every now and then. We know what is going on. His government is failing. He's getting upset. He's getting frustrated. He's getting short-fused. And so now he is now taking on the persona of publicly demonizing all the people who are calling him out. Well, let me tell you this, Mr. President. You're not going to scare us.
Absolutely.
You're not going to deter us. We will tell you the truth. And just like I'm saying about Dylan here tonight, the day you do it right, the day you ever make that mistake and do it right, I will come here and tell you, Mr. President, congratulations. I think you did good on this one. But I'm hard pressed to find out one moment when I will congratulate you for getting it right. Since you came into office, Mr. President, almost every decision you've taken have fallen on the wrong side. Illegal removal of tenure people, removing people, tenure, you took them to court, they defeated you, you took them behind the house and paid them. Our boy from not Central Bank, Eliseo Talu can relate. A lot of these people, you didn't care. You were throwing away our money. You didn't care that you were paying these people. All you care about was to remove these people and put your cronies in place. That's all you care about. Whether you pay them or not your money, that's our treasure. You're using our money. You remove people illegally. You know you will lose. You will pay them. You don't care. As long as you give your cronies, your boys, your girls, you give them jobs in the government. That's all you care about. You got behind Kofa. You illegitimately removed the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The Supreme Court came out. You say you're going with a majority. Now today we have a regime speaker. You got behind Sienna Yo. You forced her out. Today you got Bese. Bese who talks so and talks so, talking on both sides of his mouth. That's who you got today at Chief Justice. You got behind David Brown. You suspended her. You shook her down. You made her panic. She quit in advance of the expiration of her tenure. Today you got Jonathan Widow, the man who stood up here and call your election even before the election before the vote was counted. So we watch it. The one little lone voice that is standing up to you, Yeke Koluba. Yeke Koluba. You got up again. You organize your gangsters headed by Kong. You get them $1.something million. And then you left the country because whenever you leave the country, then we know something bad coming to happen. You left the country, you told him soon and get in the air, you remove Yeke. You came by here, you say, plenty things never happened before. So whatever you wanted to say. So, Mr. President, we see you, we understand what you're saying, but the people see you as well. We're piling out all of these. And when the campaign fully starts, our people will remember all of these. I just want you to know that. But we're not dogs. We're not dogs. We pump in over $800 million, sometimes $900 million. We've always given you more money than your budget can generate. We're not stupid. We know what we are, and our people understand that. So you can call us names, you can get upset because we're calling you out. If you're really upset, do the right thing, sir. And we'll come right here and praise you. Again, back to you, Mr. Gayman.
So you holding your breath? Yeah. So wherever you live, you'll let the fire department know that somebody's gonna die. Well,
somebody's gonna die, right?
Yeah, what's on my mind is the Waka government is asking the Senate to print 79 billion Liberian dollars, 79 billion, and now they are introducing $2,000 notes. They are introducing $2,000 notes. So when you go to Liberia, when they tell you we'll give you $1 billion, just carry your suitcase. $2,000 notes. Mr. Honorable Jackson, this one I don't know. I don't know what to say, but $79 billion, and then you're walking around in Liberia with $2,000 notes, $1,000 notes. When you go buy your collar, you want to buy a little collar, your little water. $2,000 notes.
I mean,
what's going on in that place?
I mean, but it just shows to you that Liberia is in abject decline. One of our brothers, who also is an economist, supported the Bouaka administration. I think he teaches economics at the University of Liberia. Did a podcast. His first criticism of the regime was that the regime did not even have any critical voice in the economic management of the country. He highlighted the same danger of political tribalism. The guy who is at the central bank is a tribal bigot appointed by Mr. Bouaka. He's from Lofa as well. The man who controls our economy has no economic qualification. These are people who don't have qualification in economics. Garguah is an accountant. The man at the central bank, similarly, the guy who collecting our money is a mathematician, Dopoh Jala. All of these three people are from Lofa. They don't have qualification in economics. These are the people who manage your economy. This is the danger that tribalism can do to a country. But I wanted to circle back on what Kehleboe said. You know, I know there's a disagreement with Brother Kehleboe. I side with the view Kehleboe expressed. The reason why I side with the view is, look, it's one thing for somebody to be authentic in their assertion. It's another thing for the person to start playing game. When people play game, you must call them up. Don't say, oh, because today the man say, oh, you get call him due process, so then he's supposed to be acknowledged. You have to sense that he's playing game. This man is not a political thermostat. You know, a political thermostat is a guy that changes the atmosphere. He's a political thermometer, right? He's feeling the atmosphere, the political atmosphere. When the atmosphere is this way, he rides the tires. There is no consistency here. The vast majority of what he did is just share lip service and riding popular tire. Lip service because Yeke had already been booted up before he started to make the statement he made. But beyond that, this Kehleboe made a very salient point, something that I said earlier when we came here the last time. The vast majority of people whose homes are being demolished today are being thrown in the street. In the streets. And this man who called himself a popular senator and senator for the biggest county, the host of our capital city, show absolutely no humanity to those people. He says nothing sensible for the welfare of the poor people. You know what it takes to build a buffer? That's why it's called in Liberian parlance. To build a buffer, the Land Right Act of 2018, Section 5.2, grants those people squatter right. Even Jerome Gayman, who is respected, reputed for straightening up Ghana, when he was breaking homes in alleyway, he compensated people. This government is not a military dictatorship. But Jerome Gayman, as a result of a coup, and he said, I will force things down the people through. Bouaka he was elected. How can he got no feeling for human being? The level of hardship and heartlessness in the country is demonic. And Delo was acknowledging the president and his people for breaking homes. When one of his friends, lawmaker, interrupted him and said, but the president was in the alleyway. He said, man, or the president and move it. The law is blind. Look, that goddess is blind. ANC president. So why are they not breaking the homes of the minister and lawmaker who are building in alleyways? So for me, I think the brother continue to play political game. I think, yes, he lives service this time around, he riding popular tire, but we must call him up for what it is. This is the same man who confirmed a lady that was perjurous. When somebody goes to the Senate for confirmation and lie on an oath, you don't give them second time. You put them in jail for lying on an oath. You know where perjury comes from in law? Is that when somebody can lie to your face, that person can kill you. That person is dangerous. That's why they can put them in jail. When you in Minnesota, where I live, if you went to a court here and lied to the judge, you go to jail for what? 7 years and pay close to $45,000 United States dollars. That's how the people in Minnesota, the U.S. law, how they take perjury seriously. This woman went for confirmation hearing and lied. And Dylan was the chairperson. He never forced any dissent. He called a woman by the kind of correct mistake. They seen Dylan deny our friend Zolezo. This is the level of inconsistency that Liberia is witnessing. So when somebody stumble across something or try to play lip service and try to be cool, they say, oh yeah, that acknowledge it. They seen Dylan is responsible for the deep corruption that's taking place in the government because he got stooges and incompetence, inadequate all across the government. For example, go to fire service. He gave the administration job to one of the guys who used to be a Kamara boy, an inadequate, incompetent man who doesn't even have a proper high school degree or high school paper. This is the kind of people he promotes in the Bwaka government. The Minister of Education, the sister-in-law or in-law, whatever that is. All right? All across the government, Dylan has poodles. So he's not somebody here, not somebody that does now wrong and he stumbled across one thing and that one thing he's stumbling across is just to play political game. And we're going to be acknowledging him here, brother. Let's be critical all the way. You know, just to come back to the Bwaka thing that people try to gloss over. Let's not gloss over this. Muhammad Gaddafi, when he started calling his critics cockroaches and rats, they killed people in that Libya there, that they were killing chicken and dogs. They think Bwaka has started at this. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's a dog whistle. Some of us here, when I left your show the other time, my nephew called me from Liberia and said, "My man, the plenty you talking, you don't try to come here anytime soon." People are getting afraid for those of us who are very critical on the government and speaking the way we're speaking. You here, you hosting a show here, comrade. You gotta be careful, Gayman. Your brother Peter in Liberia, right? You gotta be careful. These people are capable of any and everything. That's why we got to insist that the right things are done. And that somebody try to play game, let's call them up. But again, you're right. The economy is going to go in the toilet. The other time, Dylan was saying economy was in toilet when we were in power. Today, you're not even talking about economy in any toilet anymore. But it's really a toilet that they're going in based on what they're not doing when you got incompetence managing the economy. They see Dylan Ellington. He said corruption was wearing coat suit and walking down Broad Street. Today, he see no corruption in the government. Even though the government is inherently corrupt. They see Dylan here. Brother, I know this man very well. I know how cool he is. So let us not try to, you can acknowledge it because, you know, we're all independent, but let's be careful with the brother. Let's be careful with this brother. This brother is a congenital liar. He's an arrogant, brainless trash talker. Because when poor people who elected Bwaka homes got demolished, he was applauding the government. I think that was heartlessness, and that heartlessness is demonic.
Let me go to
You know, sometimes you encourage goodness by you discourage bad by acknowledging the good. So I hear what you're saying, Attorney, but I just feel, the one time he comes through.
The one time.
I just say yes, but let's do it with some level of critical analysis.
And they say, watching you.
Let's deep dive in. Let's deep dive the man. That's the point I'm making.
Let me go to Fanta because I know she will soon be leaving. Fanta, today you got, today it look like the vote is unanimous. This is such a bad moment. It just, for those of you who said when the cream of the crop went to CWA, the cream of the crop went to Days, and you come to you put up a show, people dancing in Monrovia saying, "Oh, our president went abroad. They call him. He speak good English." Can you imagine how degrading that was for some of us to sit here and to see people are parading in Monroe with shirts and banners that President Trump acknowledged our president speaks good English. Seven African presidents came to the White House And they were not even giving a state dinner, not even a state housing, no state reception to put them in a hall. Put the entire president, I mean, there were about 4 or 5 presidents in one room around one table. And
but don't you know that Joseph Boga is an Uncle Tom?
Yeah, he said, Trump says hi, they say hello, he's looking at them.
Yeah,
yeah, you speak.
But Brother Gayman,
Yes, Master. Yes, Master.
Brother Gayman, all the commentary on that comment from Trump was negative. You know that?
Of course.
All the political, all the newspaper commentary on that session was negative. They say what Trump did was dehumanizing. It was wrong. He should not have treated the president like that. But again, the people in Liberia acknowledge it.
Found out the NAACP was upset. All the universities.
Oh, I watch a lot of those American shows.
The HBCU, all the Black historical colleges, they were all upset.
Even Roland Martin show, he was so pissed.
Oh yeah, all the night show, all the nightly show kept saying this. But for some reason, these people saw it like a badge of honor, of Fanta.
Well, of course. Look, Trump is Trump, right? And at least he is authentic in his brazenness. Like we all know that nothing's surprising. But it was the first time that the Liberian people were very stupid. Like, I don't know how else to put it, but to admonish something like that. He's insulting you, and you're like, yes, master, yes, ma. You know when the slave, whatever the master does to a house slave, because he feels like he's in the house, he admonishes it. He takes it to be something good, rather than denouncing it, because he feels, well, at least I'm in the house, right? At least they call my name. At least they say I spoke good English. Not recognizing the underlying connotation or the unsaid reference. And it takes a wise person. Someone mentioned earlier, maybe Boka has dementia. The papa is old. He should be retired. You cannot have an 80-year-old leader leading a country that median age is 19. 80% of your population are under the age of 30. Most of them were not even born with your tenure in politics. 40 years. Median age for Liberia, 19. Africa, 19.2. The insistence of these old guards to be gatekeepers to this quote-unquote democracy, which I always reference as a farce, because that's exactly what it is. No democratic society system will elect a leader that is decades removed, generationally removed from its population, from its populace. And I went back to a saying I mentioned earlier. You know, I think it was one of the philosophers who said that there are 3 types of people. You can categorize the people of a country, or there are 3 types of people in a society. You have the idiots who just are removed. You have the tribesmen who, no matter what, we speak the same tribe, doesn't matter what type of crime he commits. Then you have the citizens, the people who put nation first, the people who said, no matter what, irrespective of my tribe, association, affiliation, Liberia comes first. And I think there's less of us. We need to reinvigorate the general populace to recognize that if they do not rehabilitate themselves mentally, physically, and start aligning their, not just their mindset, their everything, their person, with being citizens, this democracy that we speak of will never be achieved. And if we put another person in come 2029, there would just be a puppet, of course, unless I run. And that's a different story. I'm going to have Telvi in my war room, you know, Mr. Nagbe and like Mr. Gayman, like, you know, Isaac Jackson. That's a different story. Robert Garguah, different story. You know, but I'm torn between fixing my home, Grand Cape Mountain, and suing the crap out of B Mountain, and taking B Mountain and the ArcelorMittals like to task because I'm sick and tired of talking. We cannot leave it to the likes of Bweka and the obscene things that he say, and the people who are around him who enable this bad, senile behavior to continue. Because all of these people are greedy. They're greedy. They don't care about Liberia. If something happens, they will be the first people out of here. They all have other passports. They will be the first people out of Liberia. So we have to make their lives a living hell. We have to make this administration ungovernable. Look, the resources that are under Liberia's earth can make every Liberian a millionaire. No Liberian have to look outside of Liberia for prosperity. We're forced to do that. If it wasn't for the war, most of us would not be here. I'm not an economic migrant. I lost my childhood to a war I knew nothing about, and many of us did. You think we made a choice? And then we go home, you try to treat us like strangers. And then we work very hard and send our money back home and you insult us. You're right. You're very right. So for me, I want to really, again, use this time as a call to action to all of the like-minded people out there. It's time for us to act. Let's make them feel it economically, physically, and politically. No matter what, do not sit back and deem your voice useless, because it only takes one person. It only takes one person. We've seen the revolutions happen across the world. Governments toppled by Gen Zs. Generation that only have access to social media. So we don't need exorbitant resources to galvanize. We don't need that. We need to keep it super simple. Identify things that we can disrupt. That we can disrupt. What is Gregory Coleman going to do? Shoot all of us? The AFL is going to join us. Because the AFL does not get paid enough. What the budget for the AFL, 18 million versus the 22 million to get the NSA. What does the NSA do? What does the NSA do? Gregory Coleman is a fool for doing Bweka's bidding because they don't even get the police enough money. They don't give him enough money to run his administration, to run his house, to be efficient and serve the country and serve the Liberian people. They give the NSA more money than they give the police. Why?
To that point, Fanta, you mentioned the three classes of people, and this is in ancient Greece. Obviously, if you anybody who went to any of these social science school from the classic sense, the definition of those three people, it is easy. When they say when you are
Jerome, sorry to butt in, but thank you guys very much. I got to run, but it's been great.
Okay,
See you guys
yes,
tomorrow.
see you tomorrow.
All right.
The idiots are those who live for themselves. I would leave it open for you to go to Liberia, look in the executive, the legislative body, look everywhere and see who lives for themselves. And then the tribesmen are those who only advocate and die for the people that are within their cycle from the sea area. And if I don't have to tell you who is more tribalistic in Liberia, that one describes, the president himself. He lives majority of his life surrounded by people from Lofa, just his group. So you get these two groups of folks that are running the country, those who live for themselves, who say, what's in it for me? Whether it is concession agreement that comes with 50 years, 100 years obligation, you know you will be dead and gone, but you care less about those who are coming after you. What's in it for me? what is it, signing bonus? How they call it, signing bonus or signing fee? That's what's in there today. Those are the idiots, those who get paid only for today.
Yeah.
And they are rivaled by those who are tribalistic. Every position should go to the tribes, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
So those are us who want to be citizens. We are those who want to live for the better good, the greater good of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
But we are in a very, very small spot because we got nothing to gain, we got nothing to give. The guys, if you want to convince the idiots, he will say, well, the speaker gave me 25,000 to move. Yeah, okay, you can match that, you can beat it. Well, Jackson doesn't have 50,000 to beat the speaker, so Yeka is gone.
Right.
So the three classifications you talk about, they're so poignant and so jarring when you define who they are. You don't even need to be on a kindergarten to know who these people are. When they say idiot, you know exactly who they are, because the definition of idiot in this particular instance are those who live just for today and for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me,
and just really quickly, because I'm gonna jump. I just wanted
2 more minutes here. Let's go. You want to say something?
Yeah, because I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry, Telvi.
Please come in.
Thank you. I just want to remind the public again. The petition is on change.org for B Mountain. It's also on TCA Facebook and their website. Please access this petition. Please do affix your signature. Share it with your groups, with your family, with your friends. This is about Liberia. The resources that are pulled out of Grand Cape Mound and the exploitation that happens in Grand Cape Mound is not just on the people of Grand Cape Mound. The entire Liberia suffers from that exploitation. Our environment is being poisoned. There are endangered species in the Gola forest that are being killed for the sake of mining and exploitation. Mining can be done responsibly. Other countries have found a way to do it. Let's push so that Liberia and the companies, these concession that comes in, can uphold a similar standard to maintain the integrity of our ancestral lands, to ensure our people are not displaced, to ensure that the voice of the voiceless is not silent, to ensure our children and our brothers and sisters do not get buried in caskets too soon because they die from drinking cyanide and arsenic and mercury, among other hard chemicals. That B Mountain is poisoning the waterways in not just Cape Mount, but also in Bone County, MNG, owned by the Adosora Group. These people take out upwards of $3 billion every year. They rob the palms of our legislative to keep them quiet, to keep them senile, and continue to exploit the impoverished and marginalized people. Let's put an end to this exploitation. There's crimes against humanity that are being committed that we can no longer afford to be bystanders to. Liberia is our only home, irrespective of what other passports you hold. The time to act is now. It's not tomorrow. It's not about Fanta Kamara. It's about Liberia first and foremost. It's about the people of Grand Cape Mount. It's about the people of Grand Bassa. It's about the people of Bone County, the people of Riverside. We must all understand the implications to these exploitations and harm against our community and our people. We can no longer sit back. So I'm urging each and every one of you to please sign that petition. Please, if that's the only thing, that's the only action you're going to take, just sign. That's all we need you to do. And Mr. Gayman, I did send you like a copy of the note as well. But thank you all so much.
Fanta, quick question for you. Quick question, 10 seconds before you leave. Are you working with somebody in the house about this?
Ma, I don't trust our legislative.
But let me tell you, you gotta hit it for the source.
You know what they're
doing?
Problem. You know what they're doing? What I found is that these people have logistic contracts with the Asalametals and the B Mountains. They provide them with the trucks for taking like the resources. So these are the people who are making the decision. How are they going to be the same people who are supposed to be independent, ratifying these documents?
Well, you got to force them to be accountable. So you bring someone in the discussion, it force them. So you at least you can have some evidence that, okay, I try to go through them to make this change that I want, but this is what I got from them. You know, force them to be accountable. I mean,
I'm open. I'm open.
I think I share the view to just.
I went to them. Like we went to the legislative, and if Dylan was around doing Ellington, he can also admit to it. I charged the legislative. We went to the House, and they held a meeting, and that was it, because they were all getting bribed by Zoom Lion. So this, I'm very, very suspicious that it's not going to go anywhere. But I do hear your point. If there's, and I'm happy to continue. Like, please, let's have conversation.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm just head talking. But at the end of the day, I think it would still have to go before them. You know.
No, but I think you are making a valid suggestion. And Fanta, the reason why I think her suggestion is valid is that you will need at least one or two insiders. Like Nyenwolo, right? I understood he voted against it.
Yes,
So some of these people who are on record for voting against it, you can work with them. You know, and by working with them, you can get a whole lot accomplished. You know, let's not just sweep all of them with one brush, right? I know the vast majority of them are useless bunch of greedy gods who are taking money from the place there. Yeah, I mean, these are useless, you know, good for nothing bunch of greedy gods. But the one or two lights that are there, we can work with and see whether we can make the change or the transformation that we all desire. So I wish you all the best, but I think you can look for some of them there and work.
I mean, I don't have names, but I'm just saying it.
No, Nyenwolo is on record for voting against, you know, the Asala Metal thing. He's from Nimba. I don't know. I know there are officials of the government who are even from Kidman that have been decrying, deploring the demonetization.
What's his take on this?
I think he's been, in a way, he's not very clear. Other people are accusing of doing things behind the scenes, but I can't speak to. But I know there are some in the executive who are appalled by what Martin is doing.
Sam Fanta been pushing this on the, I think, 2 days ago. They say Cape Mount senators, both senators are now pushing for renegotiation to be a Martin.
Brilliant.
So what was that, Fanta? There you go.
There you go. And so you brought this up. This is the headline. So I think now
you know
that you are serious. I think it's time to put a good group together and contact them, put them on the record. Whether this was just a news flash or they were really serious.
Yeah, the current senator Simon Taylor was actually the one who had the ratification committee from Cape Mount. He had I think he has the mines committee in the Senate. He was the one who led that ratification in 2023 and extended B Mountain's contract to, I think, like another 20 years.
Imagine.
I think Fanta, you up to something here. I think Honorable Jackson, Yes, thank you. I'm going to send you Fanta's number, so hopefully you can help us along that route.
Yeah, I think
right. We can all work together. Absolutely.
That would be nice too.
Thank you.
Right. We can all work together.
Let's talk here.
Okay.
I think it's a good issue.
Thank you, Fanta. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Fanta.
Tell me your party comments.
Yeah, I need to go. But the two things, as back on worker stuff, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, okay, these people they're saying that, people should go in home in November, and then they got this diaspora thing that they do on all, which I don't waste my time to come to, because again, it's all about promoting boycott and whole nonsense in DC. But how do you even reconcile that, giving this whole, Mr. Jackson said you threw the doorway, so you made everybody hot right now. How do you reconcile all of this? From a timing perspective, how you expect people to react to this? You want me to buy my ticket to come? You take Diaspora to come home and you call me barking dog? I mean, I don't understand, So there's something for them to think about. I hope he takes it back. But on the printing money issue, though, Mr. Gayman, I know you mentioned that, but I started to think about that too. From an artist standpoint, or just looking at it from a risk standpoint. Before you start printing money, you have to do a financial audit. You have to do risk assessment. I sort of think, did people do a financial audit, risk assessment before they even bring up others who are printing money? Or they're just trying to print up money because some people want to print money to cover their fraud or their bad behavior. They're using their money now to to take care of those off spending, you know, all those hidden expenditures and stuff like that. Because how you just get up, you come and go print money. What the basis of printing money? You know, I mean, just for my layman, I mean, my first degree is in business admin, so I got a little bit of accounting experience. I mean, accounting and audit and economics. Sometimes you print money, it leads to inflation. So what is the basis? What is the research that they did in assessment to come up with this whole printing money thing?
79 billion.
Yes. What is the audit report? What is the assessment that show that they can print money and even print that amount? How do they determine how much to print? What is this whole process? I don't understand. You criticize the previous government, you come back and do worse. What is this? What's wrong with these people? My goodness. But before I leave, y'all play who let it talk out because Burka got us out. I'm
gonna cue
I think Jamie will close with the show with that one. But
tomorrow, I'm gonna cue the song. We're gonna play that song tomorrow.
You know, but Gayman,
yeah,
we gotta be careful that Liberia doesn't turn to Mugabe Zimbabwe. Because Mugabe Zimbabwe, they printed money overplus and it became just like toilet tissues, right? And at the end of the day, they started using different country currency to run Zimbabwe. You know, and I talked about it earlier, right? These people who are managing the economy, they got no serious qualification in economics. And this is a fundamental problem. The other thing you want to even consider in the printing of their money, it could be a preparation for 2029, where they'll just be dividing money to all the chiefs and elders in the place there. And when they get new money in their hand, they just vote Bwaka without even giving it any critical consideration. I mean, these people they are not serious people. The people running the country are not serious people, brother. Let's be honest. I mean, you know, we even circle back, you know, to this passing comment by our friend. People want to acknowledge. He was senator there. He's quote unquote, he's going to be one of the influential senators in the place there, right? So all along, what was he doing until Yege got booted up before he can make a belated statement? They brother who the man coming out trying to acknowledge. I hate to call that broad name. I mean, the man is a dangerous person. They is dangerously corrupt, and he thinks by being coony he can get away. You know what I mean? He is an influential member of the legislature, a ranking member of this government. He sees Bwaka with all quote unquote any permission. He can walk there and see Bwaka and tell Bwaka, say, the thing the people started in our legislature in the lower house is not good. Let's stop it. What did he do to prevent what has happened to Brother Yeke, that the whole government is being condemned and decried? Look at how these people lie brazenly through their teeth. That there was not a precept from the Supreme Court. Today, the precept all in the public. That a staff member, computer, whatever person there, receive it in the secretariat. So how can they defend this? You have a bunch of people who don't respect the laws. These are lying lawmakers, right? So, comrade, the country is at a low place. It's at a low place. And somebody was saying, you know, it was kind of reference. Yeke is not one of those backing doors. Yeke is well intentioned. When Bwaka characterization of people being backing door, it's a mischaracterization because the real backing dogs are those lawmakers who look to Mr. Bwaka for boons, and then they carry out his instruction. Those are the backing doors because they nothing behind it, nothing substantive. They just backing, waiting for Bwaka to get them boom, get them bribe money, then they go carry out his instruction. And the country today is teetering on the brink of conflict again. We have to stand up and encourage our people to do what is right as provided for in Article 1 of the Liberian Constitution. I mean, you're looking at your time, that's why I'm trying to stop, but I still got more things to talk about.
Okay, well, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I forgot, in your it's something in your time. On the East Coast, we're 1 hour ahead of you guys.
Okay, brother. You want to go back? I see Tomalin, I see Robert coming back. So I don't know what we're doing. Are we continuing or wrapping up? Or they coming with a party comment?
He's coming for his closing.
We're wrapping up.
We're wrapping up.
Honorable Jackson, thank you very much for coming, man. Come back.
Again, I thank you all, you know, for having me. I look forward to joining you guys from time to time so that we all can, you know, keep, you know, intelligent, productive conversation about our country. Thank you very much for having me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Listen, guys, in our comment section, we are monitoring the comment section. If you are coming on here, you have beef with somebody. Chief, I wanted you to this agreement topic. Hopefully, you can block that person.
Yeah. I think we're done with his block already.
Okay, but the comment is still there.
The comment still there, missing.
Okay.
Okay. Comment out.
Okay. Yeah. Robert, like we say, right? The Tomalin have always said, we have always said, if the government does well, we want them to come out here and toward the government home, because that's what it's supposed to do. It's a good thing. We had the Polyware minister come out here. He did his thing. We had the deputy minister for communication, information was out here, came in and he put up a good show. I understand sometimes it's hard when this kind of news to defend it. You got to be a good spinner to do it. So to some folks, it sounds like we are anti-government because every time we're just talking about things that. But yesterday we're talking about Yeke, okay? The couple of weeks ago we were talking about Prophet Key, and then on top of that, the president will come up with a dog thing again. How do you ignore such a topic and talk something else? Then they say, you guys, all you want to do waste your time on talking about the government. If this government has something that was just glaringly good and we disregard it, then it makes sense. But for us to leave these kinds of topics and in tennis, that's what they call unforced error, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody did it to you, did it yourself.
Exactly. Yep, that's right. I mean, I wish we can be talking about things that are more important to the Liberian people. That's what we want to talk about. And I think this is the point that is often missing. They miss the point. They think that we enjoy, talking about the president referring to folks as dogs. No, we don't enjoy talking about it. But the president is a very powerful voice in the republic, and everything he says holds weight. And I don't think that his lieutenant and all the president understands just how powerful his voice is. That everything he says is scrutinized, right? And so is it in the president's interest to mount the podium and make such a reckless statement, insult people who are simply discussing the issues? I would prefer had the president come out and say, well, based on this issue that has been discussed, this is what I think. Let's talk about it. But we want to talk about economic growth. We want to talk about these things. We want to talk about great things that are happening, right? But you have to give that to us. You have to give that to us. If the economy was booming and we were disregarding how well the economy is, then I think you have a point to say these guys are negative. We're not anti-government. I'm not anti-Joseph Boakai. I may not believe in his leadership. I may not think that Unity Party represents change, and I think they've proved me right. I'm not a fan of Unity Party. I'm not a fan of Joseph Boakai's leadership. I've seen enough to make a determination, a common sense determination that on the key issues, I don't think he has what it takes to deliver. And I strongly believe that in the 21st century, I think Liberia needs a leader who understands governance in this century. That doesn't mean we don't need the wisdom of our elders. That's not what I'm saying, right? But that does not mean that I hate Joseph Boakai. That doesn't mean that I don't want him to succeed now that he's president, because he's my president as well. When he succeeds, our people succeed. When he succeeds, we all succeed. I want him to do well. I got friends in this government. I want them to do well. But it also doesn't mean if they fail to deliver on these promises that we can talk about it. We are not just criticizing, we're preferring solutions as well. The problem is, Mr. Jerome, they're so egotistical. They think they know it all. They think they're more sophisticated than anyone else. to even accept these recommendations. We're not the only one giving recommendations. Alex Cummings have given recommendations, even in his criticism. There are intelligent people who have criticized and also put forth a better approach. Has the government taken some of these suggestions? Have they? They haven't. They haven't. So we want to talk about the great things that are happening. And I will be the first one to come on the radio and say, listen, I think this should make headline today. The president and this government has delivered on the promise of what they should deliver. I've been getting videos about the overpass bridge and how these guys are doing so well, speeding with that bridge. I like that. I think we should talk about that. Maybe one of these shows. Let's send Myean out there, do a video, and let's talk about that, right? We want to talk about the positives, but when the negatives outweigh the positives, it behooves us to talk about the struggle of our people. If the people were not struggling, we won't be talking about things that reflect struggle. If the president did not come out and insult people, talking about these people don't live here, but these very guys were having a diaspora conference few months ago, Mr. Jerome. So
Well,
what was the essence of the diaspora conference?
He's coming here to receive an award for the diasporas.
Exactly. So that's a very divisive statement. And so the president, I think, again, the president and those around him must understand that they are in the position of power. What they say matter. They should understand that when they are being criticized, it's not that people hit them. It's not that people hit them. It's not because I'm not criticizing because I'm looking for a job. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm criticizing because I want you to do better. There are constructive criticism, which is what we're doing here. We're very constructive in our criticism. We're very constructive in our criticism. So it doesn't mean the president should insult us. They should stop this thing. They should stop this. Someone put that in the president's ear. I can guarantee, Mr. Jerome said, I think this is a good job to throw at those critics. And it made headlines. You don't want to talk about it? But he's barking at the wrong dogs. He's barking at the wrong dogs. He should focus on uplifting those hungry dogs. Quote, I'm not calling anyone dogs, but the president referred to all of us as dogs today. That was not a good analogy. That was not an analogy that reflects wisdom. So let me close on that note, Mr. Jerome. Great show as always. But when this government does well, we will speak out. When this government does well, we will speak out. And in as much as we beat on Dylan, again, I'm sure when given the opportunity, I'm sure Dylan will come here to expand on some of the issues, and we can have a fierce debate on these issues. And I am one of Dylan's fierce critic. There's no secret. But I've also said that I will always give him the benefit of the doubt, only because he is not afraid to engage on these issues that may not reflect him positively. He's not afraid. And we've seen it happen. People, he's a corn artist, he's that, he was the light, and we all talk about this Chinese light. But he didn't hide in the midst of these beat down. He made himself available. And we had a respectful dialogue on these issues. And that's what I want to see from our government, from our elected and appointed officials. Don't hide. Don't hit people because they're hard on you and they criticize. Make yourself available and make clarity where clarities are needed. That's what Dylan does. And because of that, I will always give him the benefit of the doubt. When he speaks out in these ways, let's say I think he's in between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't want to sound very strong on his own government. This is his own government. But let's be fair. He's been forced in some ways to speak out on issues that we know he would have been very, very, blunt on if this government was not his government. We know that. But I will still give him the benefit of the doubt because he's always made himself available. But Liberia is all of our country, Mr. Jerome. We're not dogs. We're Liberian citizens.
You don't live over there.
I don't live over there. I don't live over there, but my money lives there. My money lives there. My money lives there. You know, our family lives there. If it wasn't for us, Mr. Jerome, the economy would be broken down today. He knows that. We pay school fees. We the one pay the monthly the yearly rent of our people. The government not doing it for them. They're not providing them jobs. We the one sending food money there. We the one paying cooks and drivers. They're not doing that. So they need to show some respect. Let's engage. Let's dialogue. Let's be respectful. Thank you.
Wow. The Chief George himself, take us out.
Jomo Jala. Just Jomo Jala. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to go to Liberia. I'm not afraid. Matter of fact, I'm planning a trip to Liberia. I will walk in Liberia. Nobody can touch me, Jomo Jala. He said somebody coming. Nobody can touch me in Liberia. I'm not afraid. And you want noise? You want to see noise? Jomo Jala, you want to see noise? You touch this small skinny picking. The noise that you will see. You don't worry. You don't want to see noise, Jomo Jala. You don't want to see noise. So don't even talk that stuff on this plane and say, oh, the president, no. I'm coming to the country. Nobody can do anything to me. And I will speak in the country while I'm there. No, don't do anything. So Jomo Jala, relax. Tone it down. Huh?
Don't let you get out of your skin, man.
Mr. Gayman, look, like Robert said, I'm looking for the time where we'll come on the show and the government will have done so well. We'll be amazed. We can't find nothing to say about. Like, for instance, the economy we say the economy is booming. People have jobs. People, you interview the people telling you that the country is doing well. The children are in school. And I mean, I'll say anybody can make the country perfect, but your governance will impact the people's lives. Your lives will be impacted. But we want to see that time. Like, for instance, I said the other day, we should ask ourselves these questions. Where does the president go for medical checkup? The vice president, the speaker, the pro tem, the deputy speaker, the chief justice. They don't do it in Liberia. No. In America, when the president goes to the hospital, Walter Reed, they announce it. Even when the president is going on any kind of medical procedure here, they tell you the president has designated the vice president to take on control until the procedure is over. You don't hear in Liberia. Now, I already know that President Baga will be in Rhode Island for a medical check where he got his a pacemaker. He'll come there again and he comes to America to do his checkup in Rhode Island. Okay, but that shows you the people don't really care about the people's well-being. Look, I was talking to somebody while doing a walking journey, and the person said, my man, that's you're talking before 2020 now, that door story will be over. I said, oh, so yeah, I think it will be over by next week will be over. I agree it will be over by next week, but don't forget that video will be around. People will play it. And the fact of the matter is that I said, look, you guys need to do control damage. If I were the president in the president orbit today, we'll be training tomorrow to go on all the local stations. Send your surrogates out there. Go to the various the early morning show. Go there and try to go and even pretend and try to fake it. Say no, he didn't mean this way. He said this way. Try to go and do cleanup. Okay, and come then even you come on the various platform. Send people out there. The president didn't mean that what the president said. So then when the president gets the opportunity to talk to the people of Liberia through any kind of forum, from either tomorrow going forward, even he should go to the executive national press briefing tomorrow and say, look, I know my statement I made yesterday, these people got offended, and I didn't mean what I said. That's why I wasn't trying to call your dogs. I did say something. To say I'm sorry and apologize is an expression of the heart. Don't feel so big and proud to say I'm sorry. You got to say it. You are the leader of the nation. But the comments today was very, very denigrating. It was below the belt. People took offense to it. And I see pictures going around, people putting dogs around. It's not a good thing for him, And then he coming away to the States too. It's wrong. It's wrong. And like somebody said, have one of the top officials said so, maybe President, we are just use that that comment, oh, they will throw it, they will go after him today. They come here, I said it, they will start calling all kind of names. They'll go after him. And you see, well, Boga said it, and then when he said it today, they were laughing. I watched the video. They're laughing. Oh, they're making fun of it. And it's not a joke. You know, it's not a joke. And, you know, there's nothing. Look, the arrogance, the president, he already reached, when they say rich king, that is there. He's not rich king already. They don't care. Look, some press report tell me the other day, they said during the holiday, he was on the way to Lofa. So on the mansion step, he said, in the off record son, he said, you think I really care for your people there? Who they talking on Facebook there? I don't really care. I don't watch it. Listen, they toilet tire. I don't fit the only in that. And you're right. Because the guy is surrogate, it goes to Mikat, and tomorrow Mikat briefing, and then they go to class video there, and it didn't help them, no. Because your audience is restricted to a few people. No matter the people for the opposition will not take the time to go start watching y'all. But look, as I said, Mr. Gayman, the future is in our hands, the opposition people's hands, those who believe that this government should not be given another chance, especially so to carry on 95-year-old person to go for re-election in 2026, for God's sake. Benin, he get elected for the 8-year-old board recently.
Yeah.
God, boy was not even in 50s yet. The countries are moving. And will stay playing fun, tapata. I mean, President Barra will be selfish. I know it's your right to run, but it'll be selfish to people like Liberia if you say you want to contest for something with your age and your health. Honestly, it'll be selfish on your part to do that. You know, I mean, you can be a better job than that. But why the country going nowhere right now? You know, I haven't seen the president travel to say, well, he went on a European tour to go and solicit support for the country, where European leaders will say, well, we want to invest in Liberia, we're going to come to Liberia, we're going to open up some factories in Liberia. Nothing. They don't let people be running around and say, oh, developmental or SIBO, stop there. Oh, look, and these are projects that are in the works already. I mean, I commend the president and President Marabio for a major groundbreaking of the highway. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. It's a big thing. It will create jobs. It will be a major relief for our people who travel in our region. But I see now too, the bread and butter issues in the country. The basic thing for the people, the rice, what the people can get, the affordable living. How many people making? Somebody told me they said the salary after the tax is 181, and the take home pay. I said, wow.
Yeah.
Look, and you wonder why. You think, look, oh my God, it's a tragedy. But again, our people also have the charge, they have the choice to make in the next few years. If they feel they're happy with what's been going on for the last 20 some more years in our country, they vote the same people. If you feel that Liberia need a renaissance or change, you look for new leaders, group of leaders who you think can make a charge. But if not, we'll just be in that cycle. And people will leave from America, go to home. And mind you now, Liberians are going to go home now. Trust me, when the people start begging, they will say, no, you say with dog, your parents say with dog. So I dog money, they don't eat, we can't spend dog money. Yeah. Then they'll get serious. And try to talk to our people. Look, I remember on this, look, for the election, I told the people, I say, where are you going to vote for the public for? They say, oh, my man, I say, okay, forget about we are. Okay. I say, forget about we are. But the alternative, about we are, the Papa are serious, man. You're so happy. So they feel that after 2 years now, when I told them, they can say, money, all the people that they seen. They're the same.
Yeah, they don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit a bit of mistake.
They say, bro, but if I say, I said, what different? I said, look at the budget. Look at the budget. You put in 22 million to NSA, you're giving the other people there less money. The area like agriculture, 500,000. Agriculture should be the foundation of this government. You're giving them 500,000. What is that? Look at supplementary budget they passed last week. For the $5 million, how did they distribute it for the $5 million? They ain't fair to the country. But yeah, and mind you, the president advancing already in the country, in America. They
Oh yeah,
already
they keep
chilling.
waiting. That's what they call the advance.
So when I get in that $500 a day, the TSA, they getting it, they chilling, and they're all around. And if the person will come with 20%, they will announce how many person coming. But you check with him unless 25, 20 come with him. They'll come here, they'll go Rhode Island, and Rhode Island party, they known for if you want, let me say this. When you want to be honored, you want to get recognition, go Rhode Island, they'll get to you. They'll give me, I tell you right now, I came to Rhode Island tomorrow and say, you get a governor and give citation. They give citation and say, yeah, from the governor. So they bring the people don't take the post serious there. Everybody can get in there. And see it's on Facebook. Citation from the governor and the mayor. Give me a break. Like easy place you can get it from. Check with that. Check with that where you get it from. So look, it's up to everybody right now to take the charge. Okay? And if they don't take it serious, we'll be in that cycle. And the robber can say he go abroad, he will live his Hollywood life. I'm blaming man. Go abroad, and trust me, you can sit in the back of your car, somebody can open the door for you, you be moving, and don't care, their own money, not government money.
Absolutely.
Let it talk.
Absolutely.
Because hey, Myean, from the airport, say, Myean, I come here, you bring the camera, I mean, Raul, come here, put you there live, and you moving. Let's do it. And talk about it's a sad team for Gayman, and we're up to really. The president needs to send his people out tomorrow to go and clear to do to clear the deck for them, because today was a bad day for them. His statement wasn't good.
And the worst thing is, if it were on a Friday, you say, okay, over the weekend it went down. But it's at the beginning of the week. Exactly. So they got this whole week to deal with this. I mean, it's you know, and hopefully from now to Friday, he doesn't make another one.
They're gonna double down tomorrow. Watch this.
For me, Robert, it's not gonna double down. You say and pull out. Like you see, look, the other day, Trump, Energy Secretary disagree. He said Chris Red lie. Man talk about saying he said it, man, it's not true. And he care. He said untrue. You know, he said it boldly. But you gotta go and look, he has to send the people out tomorrow. I expect tomorrow to see his information minister, the deputy, and all of them should be out there tomorrow trying to go to Clarence Jackson show, go to Oni Roberts show, the breakfast show, go to Judas J. All the guys in the shows that on the radio. Go there tomorrow and try to make a clarification, because it's hurting this government. It's not good. On the internet is flooded with all kinds of stuff about him. It's not good for him. On the to come to America. Yeah. And I'll see people that are going to go and cheer them and go for them. And then those who organize the Diaspora conference, it's a wake-up call for y'all. Go make undermine your conference. People will not tell your conference in Minnesota. Y'all better speak out. My friend, he said, Erasmus, you the chair. You and all your group and Kula, all need what is Alana need?
Yeah, Kula.
Dr. Kula.
Is Reverend Dunn still part of it?
Well, he was just asked to for that particular.
Oh, for that year. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, pass away. That one I joking about, man. Until I was zero, I beg you, man. Rolling that. Everybody gonna get in the run and get in the war. You haven't noticed the pattern yet? You haven't noticed it yet? Everybody come. They tell get in the rolling. And that's when they see then they say, hey, oh, they're gonna give me a war. It's easy to do it. Man, I live rolling.
Guys.
Yeah, the easy to do it. Everybody give you a warning. So all the point.
Okay, guys. Tomorrow. Same time.
Tomorrow, man.
Same place. Thank you.
Night.
Okay, people, see you tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow, if you this T-shirt, I'll talk about the group. It's a Liberian guy who making these T-shirts. LRV. He give me the one for gift. Okay, yeah. LRB vibes. Yeah. I'll bring the guy on the show to talk. He's making these products, jerseys, anything he's making it. On Saturday at the funeral, they met me there and they gave me gifts. Give me the T-shirts. You know, I will try to talk about it. I'll bring the guy on the show, talk about his products. Very good quality T-shirts. You see it? Liberia on it. Good. Guy, man, he gave me the t-shirt, give me a gift. I got several t-shirts he gave me. I'll bring in the show to talk about the t-shirt. He's doing good products. You see? I mean, all sizes. You gotta promote this guy. He's doing well, man. LRB Vibes. Yeah, LRB Vibes. The company name, the group. LRB Vibes. So I'll bring him on the show maybe this week. He'll talk about his products. You like the t-shirts? You see it? Nice. Nice t-shirt. See? I got see Liberia on it. Like Liberia stuff on it. Nice t-shirt. So I'll bring a guy, he'll talk about his product, promote his product on his show. Yeah, that's what. See, I got my t-shirt for all these guys. I got a red, white, different set. So I'll bring the guy for the 26th for the summer. Yeah, Ricky Young, you do loans like Jesse too. Any kind of stuff you want to do it for you. You want to put your name on it? We'll put your name on it for you. LIB Vibes. I'll bring him on the show and he will talk about it. Nice. He and his fiance doing a good job. So maybe I'll do the closing argument teacher. Who knows? Yeah, nice job for us. So yeah, Tommy. Yeah, the guy did a good job, man. You should. I mean, on Saturday I was just, man. They brought several gifts to me. Say, man, thank you, George. I said, okay. I don't know if people can get. We can't talk it. People get us something, get a free gift. I think Peabody got some too. Yeah, Peabody got something. Yeah. That's it, man. So I'll be. And by the way, how to call it? Yeah, it's a Lone Star playing in July in Minnesota. I'm telling. I will try to get updates about the Lone Star stuff. But anyway, good night, folks. Let's continue to pray for Liberia. Say what the songwriter says: when we pray, Liberia will be safe. And so let's pray for Liberia and Liberia will be safe. Okay. Good night, folks. Talk to you later.